Hey guys, welcome back to our channel. How's it going? Hey guys, welcome back to our channel. How's it going? Hey guys, welcome back to our channel. Echo somewhere. How's it going?
That's amazing echo.
Echo somewhere. How's it going?
That's amazing echo.
Frank, are you playing the show on your?
That's amazing echo.
Frank, are you playing the show on your? Oh, what's happening? Frank, are you playing the show on your? Oh, what's happening? Frank, are you playing the show on your? Oh, what's happening? Frank, are you playing the show on your? Oh, what's happening? The echo in the chat. It's at.
That was amazing. That's the best intro we've ever done. That was amazing. That's the best intro.
Oh, no, we got a loop back. So, it's Frank. I think it might be you. It's Frank. I think it might be you. It is. I've just muted you, and it proved that it's you. So, if you're playing YouTube on the same machine as you're connected to the stream with, it might be outputting the audio via the same channel.
Frank's caught in like a time loop horror movie, an audio.
Yeah, I've muted Frank for the time being. We'll start the show, shall we?
Why not? Yeah. All right, Joe, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Awesome, man. Awesome, really good. I went to Plague Island at the weekend. Played at Live Evol.
Plague Island.
Yeah, lots of fun. So, went to see my sister. Yeah, had a good laugh. It was really nice. Yeah, great time seeing Steph and Luke and Simon Underground, Nat, and everyone. Really good party, good fun. Speaking of Steph, you got had a track on Noisy Radio a couple of weeks ago, and tonight you got the first track on. Well, it's not called Noisy Radio anymore. It's Vision Radio, but yeah, you got the first track, which is always a nice little winner. But yeah, congratulations, Steph. Really proud of you, mate. I think that's fantastic. So yeah, definitely. all is good in the world, sir. How's things with you? What have you been up to?
I've been mega busy, man. I've been really busy. We've got a load of releases coming out this year, and there's problems with pressing plants, so I've been trying to get them all through. I've got some other projects that I can't really talk about right now, and we've been also working hard on developing the show platform, and everything that goes along with that. So we've been working on a Discord for everybody to enjoy, for us to do mentoring in, for us to have alongside the chat to try and create a community. And we've also been looking at building up the membership tiers. As everybody in the chat's probably aware, we've got memberships, subscriptions, if you like, on the YouTube now, with different tiers in there. At the moment, if you subscribe to the entry level one, which is like buy us a beer, it's €2, you get cool emotes in the chat, you get access to the community. But when we've got Discord, you'll get benefits like being having a members only chat and things like that. So we're working on all of that. So thank you to everybody who has been subscribing. I think we've got 25 subs now. Nice. Thank you very much, the tier 1 and tier 2 subs. We really, really appreciate it. So thanks very much. So we've been working on that and booking some events. I've got a date booked in June and one in October to do Oblivion parties.
Oh, I saw you slide into my calendar there, Joe. Nice.
I did slide
Looking
into
forward.
my calendar, yeah. Can't announce anything yet, but we'll see how drunk I get later on. I might let my tongue slip. I've just seen we've got new members in. I didn't spot these coming before. Got Clausen and Psy909 have just become paid members. So thanks very much for the support, guys. Respect.
Awesome. Yeah.
So yeah, I've been preparing for this show mostly. So Psy has just dropped a super chat of £5 in the chat there. When is Greg starting to film on Shaun of the Dead 2?
Has he just spent £5 to rip me?
Just £5 to rip you. Everybody get your Simon Greg
for free,
emojis
mate.
out. Here we go. Right, so there's that. So guys, thanks very much. And if you could share the stream and like the stream, that would be great. Remember, we do shots at 100 likes. So get them in. You best not have some fake alcohol this time, Greg.
Try January, mate. Try January. Look, I've got Moroccan tea here.
Oh, Jori's joined. Flores is joined. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Respect. Before we start, we have got a sponsor for the show now. So, without further ado, I'm going to introduce our sponsor. All right, so yeah.
Oh, nice.
Hardcore beer is now the official. I'm drinking one now, actually. Drinking one of these amazing Prospect beers. They're fucking delicious. So yeah, Hardcore Beer is now the sponsor of the Oblivion show. So if you head over to hardcorebeer.nl or even prospect.nl right now, because they've got a beer on offer, you will be able to use the code HARDCOREBEER, all one word, and you'll get 10% at checkout. Easy.
Winning.
Boom. So, enough blah blah and propaganda. I think we should bring on our guest today.
Spannend.
Drum roll. Here he is. Frank.
Oh, the one, the only.
Have you unmuted yourself? And I know you're joking. Come on. Unmute yourself. You're muted. Absolutely seamless. Hello.
Here we go.
Hey.
And we haven't got
I
an
sometimes
echo.
feel like nobody really understands me. And then it turns out that you're just muted
There you go.
by all your friends and all your family.
As is life.
And you're facing this horrible pandemic existence all alone with your non-alcoholic beverage.
Looks like urine.
Urine is non-alcoholic.
It is indeed.
How are you, Frank?
I'm good. I'm excited to be on the show. I have candy. I'm almost out of urine. And I have grapes, so I'm all good. Mentos de Freshmacher.
Yeah.
Very good.
Naturalik mint aroma, it says.
What have you been up to, Frank?
I'm curious to see what's going to happen here because I hear that you do a lot of bashing of established names in the scene.
So our guests do that. It's
our guests do.
Standard practice.
Sure, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you might be bringing on problematic guests. Who knows?
Well, we shall see.
Like, I didn't know that bringing these matches and all this shit was going to light the forest on fire. Mm-hmm. How was I supposed to know? Yeah,
exactly. And how are you? What have
I've
you
been good. I've been, it's been a strange past 2 years. Because I don't know if you heard, but there's a pandemic, and it made it so that we've all only had maybe like 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 shows, and it's no way to be for a person who actually likes and enjoys and makes somewhat of a living doing shows and music related things. And I discovered, it was really surprising to me how much I actually missed playing out, because when you start out making music, you tell yourself that the only thing that matters then is making music. So you're in your bedroom making music, and you're making this music only for you, because before anyone will sign you, that used to take a long time. It took me and Noel 4 or 5 years of sending out tapes before we got our first record deal. But in the pandemic, we all got relegated back to the level of bedroom producer. You were really only doing it for yourself. If you release music during the pandemic, I'm sure you both know, it does not hit the same way it did pre-pandemic, because people cannot build memories in conjunction with your music. It's like, oh man, this new DOLPHIN album, when I first heard it at Thunderdome at 3 o'clock in the morning, after I had just, I just finished all my candy, and then this album hit, I was like, whoa. And it was a really big magical experience. That doesn't happen anymore. But yeah, I've been all right otherwise. How are you guys?
Fine. I've just been sat here, like doing stuff like this, mostly.
Well, it's good. The community needs this.
Yeah. Well,
sometimes when you're, especially if you make slightly less accessible hard music right now, it is nice to know that there's at least a group of people that are interested in the stuff you're doing.
Yeah.
Because for some of us, that's all you need, right? You just need a few people to say, yeah, well, I love what you're doing, or I like where this is going, or I like this energy, whatever, to keep doing it. So it's good that something like this exists.
Yeah.
Not just to bash established names in the scene, but also to build a community.
Yeah. And it's been nice, I bumped into so many people over the last couple of years, the chances we have had to have gigs where they've said things like, like the Prospect, Quarren Stream stuff and this show that has kind of kept them, in the loop and kept them in the scene and given them something to do while they haven't been able to go to clubs. It's been really nice to hear things like that, that it's kind of helped people through.
Topical, because I see Tom in the chat. Big up, hey, Tom, because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have kicked my ass in gear and got the Oblivion show V2 back on track. So I see you, man. Respect.
Big up.
All right, well, let's get moving and get going with the show. I'm going to do some shout outs to people in the chat because we've got a fully loaded chat. Dean Devastator, Random Nerd, Hedwig, Clausen's in, Easy Clausen, Ant Tones, Floris, Psy909, Robert.
Robert and the COVID crew.
Yeah, we've got Stream Elements in the chat now. Stream Elements is our new stream bot, guys. So he'll be doing all of our spamming and doing some interesting stuff.
Vonda D Manufacturers in the house. Necro Kick, Rosie.
Yep. Drastic, Vouter,
Gemma G. Gemma G Spot.
Mental Wreckage, IDs in the house.
Can we do shout outs to the bot? Is that weird?
Jori has just become a member. Respect, Jori.
Nice.
Can we do shout out to the bot? Yeah, we can do shout outs to the bot. Butterfist
you have a bot
in the chat. Yeah, we've got a chat bot. If I type chat commands in here, it will do.
How long until it becomes sentient and tries to take over the chat?
Well, I think it already is because I've got an 8-ball thing installed in the chat there, so I can do 8-ball.
So you can do 8 balls on camera? That's impressive.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time.
If he starts doing Simon Pegg jokes, he's getting fired.
Right, so we're going to get started. We're going to get into the new blood. Meantime, guys, please share the stream. We really appreciate it. But let's get into
New Blood.
New Blood
Let's
section.
Get ready.
If you're not familiar with the New Blood, it's a section where we accept submissions from people, either new or established, even producers, feedback on their music. And not just our feedback from the chat. It's their opportunity to get things out. We've all been in the position where we're trying to send demos out and nobody's replying, nobody's listening. It feels like you're lost or on your own sometimes. And boom, here we are. For the good, the bad, and the ugly. It looks really unimpressed. Okay, I'm going to get on with the first track of tonight in the New Blood. We have got Arachnia, and I have no idea how to pronounce that.
Looks like Arachnia.
Arachnia. Spider-esque.
Well,
it's chemical accident or chemical. It's a chemical accident in German.
Right,
auf Deutsch.
All right, guys. I don't have any information on this guy. Normally, I would show their socials and Facebook, but I have no information. So, yeah. What do you think?
Well, of course, we don't know if it's a guy, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
we should call them they.
No, it is because this guy messaged me on Facebook. So,
but women can be guys too now, so it's all good. I have some comments. Should I go first?
Sure.
Please do.
So I didn't know that Joe was going to be trimming these down before playing them. So my first comment was about how angry I was that there was no logical 16-bar structure in the intro, because the first kick happens at 22.2, which doesn't make any sense. But then it made sense. I wrote down that this is the kind of industrial we need. Like, I like the somebody said old Ophidian vibes. That is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
I am a bit of a stickler for decent structure. So there's some weird things that happen. There's two little mini breakdowns where it goes to one that goes to a bleepy kick and one where an entire bar gets dropped and replaced with some white noise, I think. Those happen at very illogical moments, which when you'd be mixing it in a loud club and noisy environment would be very confusing and would make you maybe want to skip the track. And then technically, the kicks, it's hard to hear on here, but the kicks have shifting transients and they shift a little bit.
I know you're a stickler for that, Frank.
Right, it would be really so. And they also hit a compressor at the start. So those rolly Ophidian like kicks, they hit a compressor, and the very first kick has a louder transient than all the kicks that follows. So it would be great if you could pick one of those kicks, one of the rolly ones, and just Control D or Apple D, whatever your poison is, and just duplicate that to make it a little more steady. So make it more playable, make it a little more easier. Make it easier on the ears also if the transients don't shift. Other than that, this is the music that we need. We need nice 160 noisy, rolly, shranzy industrial like this.
Yeah,
which I miss.
Yeah. Yep. No, I love the energy in it. I thought some of the layers needed, because there was like a kind of weird dissonant string kind of thing in it that it just needed brightening up a little bit. Maybe a bit more like shine on some of the percussion. There were just chunks of it that were just a little too repetitive without, they needed some like switch ups.
But I like that though. I like that. It is more, I guess, more techno oriented than it would be modern hardcore. So I actually like that it was a little more straight and didn't continuously try to change kicks every 5 bars or so.
Yeah. But
nice.
Well, there's a middle ground between nothing happening and Yeah, there's a middle ground there between nothing happening and switch ups every 4 bars. But I like the vibe. I like the energy. I kind of miss that 160 dirty, shranzy kind of dark vibe. So bounce out the kicks to 16-bit audio and just take one and make that your main kick for a little bit. So it's a little more, it gets a more consistent sound quality. Because if your kicks are constantly shifting a little bit, it's also really hard to do a consistent mix. Because if you're listening to one part, your percussion might mesh really well with it, and in another section it might not, because the highs and the mids are shifting a little bit. So go all the way consistent. I am a on-grid person. On-grid, tight, everything, no sloppy sequencing. Yeah.
And if there is any of it, it's super intentional.
Richard was on the last show saying,
leave me alone.
Stop quantizing your breakbeats and all this kind of stuff. Having a moment on it. Chat's liking it. Loving,
Strange Rivals in the chat.
The rhythm. Hey,
dude. Oh, no.
Oh, we should get him on the show, man.
Yeah, dropping some comments on the track.
Yeah, man. I'll drop you a message, dude. I'd like to get you on. That's right. Nice kick. Needs more edits, says Butterfist. It's pretty fat, but I need more progress. Needs more layers, more percussion. It sounds very cluttered. Infovox needs more cowbells. Okay. Someone's saying a bit of an old TT.
No, I don't miss a melody at all. This just needs something whiny in the background to propel the dirty loops.
Yeah. Strange Arrival says, I appreciate the kick. Could use an obnoxious synth sequence to contrast the kick. Bonus points for the System Shock 2 vocal samples, by the way.
What is it you fear? The end of your miserable existence? Yeah, that vocal has never been used before. I wasn't going to go there because no, it hasn't.
All right, well, that's some good solid advice there, Arachnia. I hope it's
Arachnia.
Arachnia.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm going to move on. Let's go to KRYTIKA. Disorder.
Ooh, we've had KRYTIKA on the show before.
Yes, we have. He's the guy that designed Steph's artwork for his album. Nice. So a little bit about KRYTIKA. Yes, we have had him on the show before. Just bring. Okay, this is the guy. He's actually quite multi-talented. Actually, he does graphic design, production. I think he does mastering as well, video design, stuff like that. He recently did the graphic design on Steph Death Machine's album. Did a focus on it on the last show.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
He's a producer, label owner, graphic designer.
Quite the polymath.
I help artists in the music industry and club culture to create distinctive visual identity. Obviously, that's not about his music, but since 2010, I've been active part of the electronic music scene as DJ, producer, promoter, and label owner, next to the creative direction of my record label, KRYTIKA Productions. I've worked as a graphic designer for numerous international artists and top labels like Prospect and Meth Lab. There we go.
Cool.
So what do you reckon, guys?
So you surprised me because this wasn't in the batch of files that you sent me.
Oh, sorry.
But still, yeah.
Bad joke.
It might be the audio here, but the snares pierced my ears a little bit. So it seems like the transient on the snares was maybe a little bit too fierce. It could be tamed a little bit.
It was snare heavy. Yeah.
Okay. I would like to hear some people were complaining that the bass was a little samey. I would really love to hear the lower mids on the bass sound pre-distortion shift constantly to make the growls go.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say. Modulation.
Yeah, I know that's exactly, but that's why I said it before you, so it makes me look good. And the bass sound also feels like it's a little bit too late. Like it's slightly off, like the timing is a little off. It starts maybe a 64th note or so should be shifted to the left or to the right for the viewers at home. And what Lodi was saying is the break feels a little light. I think he means that it could use a bit more of shuffly ghost note, fast percussion stuff, sidechain to the kick and the snare to make it feel a little faster and more alive. That's it. That's all I have to say.
That's everything I was going to say. Yeah, I mean, I think have a listen to like some Black Sun Empire if you want to have a kind of get a masterclass on how to make those kind of, sometimes that can be quite bare breaks, but sound with loads of energy, like just getting the right shuffles, the right kind of percussion between the hits.
Yep.
And because it feels like it just wanted a load more energy when it dropped from the kicks and stuff, and it needed that like Black Sun Empire kind of thing, right? That magic.
And shifting bass, like shifting growls, will automatically make you pull a bass face, which is a good thing. Will also help.
People in the chat are liking it. Someone says reminds me a bit of Crisis, unless that was the previous one. Just need some shuffly hi-hats or breaks in the main section. Somebody says it reminds them of Switch and old Forbidden Society. I don't think so much on Switch, maybe some old Forbidden Society stuff. He's getting better by the
I mean, it had all the elements there. It had like kind of like nice break, nice bass, nice strings and stuff like that. It just needed really pulling together and then like a load of energy injecting into it. And then
but that is sort
like
of
Frank said, modulation and
That's sort of the holy grail for drum and bass, though. Is it like anyone can have the sounds, but to get to push past that point where you can make those basic things really fuck off and like just make a break with a shuffle, not sound generic or forced or put together, but as one solid thing. That's it.
Yep.
Don't ever start producing drum and bass. It's hard. The bar is high.
It's hard as hell. Yep.
The bar is high and full of terrors. This is what it is.
Ceferial says it needs some variations and small breaks. It's a bit repetitive and the bassline feels off. Very well produced, but just lacks something. Jacob23, hey dude, by the way.
Hey, Jacob23 in the house.
Yeah, he says really nice mix, but needs some shuffly percussion or a lead sound to give it some extra drive and energy. A few people have said that, so.
Also, me and Greg, which is really important.
Yeah, well, obviously, yeah. Jay Steeple's in the house. Easy, Jay. So yeah, there you go, dude. I know you tune in, whether live or after. So big up. Keep up the great work.
Big up all yourselves.
Yeah, let's go on to the next one. Speaking of Jacob, we've got a track by Jacob.
So that's why he's rocked up, is it?
Oh, Jacob, big up.
Congratulations on being 23.
Yeah, that is Jacob.
Having come this far.
It's good,
It's like
right?
Metalhead's music for people on ketamine that are angry.
Yeah, let's see. I wrote this before I knew that Joe had cut into the tracks. I was like, well, this intro is way too sudden. That we really need to work up to that bass line.
I wanted to get the second drop in. It was important that second drop was worth it, right?
Yeah. So I hope that bass line was introduced before. But I like it when there's a little bit of the bass line, maybe just the higher notes in the bass line, and maybe some high pass filtered bits of bass line in the build up. But it might be there before, so I'll leave that now. I was gonna say the kick needs more weight. It either needs some sub layered on there, or a heavier kick, or you key it onto some sub, or you sidechain it to a heavier kick, so that it feels just the track feels a little heavier. I like that it says file deleted. I think that's what the vocal sample says. Don't know why, but that's what it said. And I messed around and I put a light 909 snare on top of this sort of light snare drum that was in there now, and that really made it come alive because it added some splash to the dry snare. And maybe it's because I'm so impatient these days, but I think any breakdown that's longer than 30 seconds really needs to have something moving in it to keep people at least being able to go from the left foot to the right foot, not just stand there. Like you remember old industrial hardcore breakdowns, they could just be 30 seconds of silence, then slowly a wind sample would come in and you'd have some rumbling. And nobody would walk away, but these days you need to be a little quicker. So there was some movement in there, but I'd like to hear a little more movement in the breakdown. But it's really fun. I love the James Brown samples and how they were used in the
second part. Yeah, really nice.
Very original.
Right.
I loved it. I loved just loved the vibe. I loved that. It like there were kind of some kind of throwback Metalheads string progressions in there.
Yeah.
And somebody said if Square Pusher produced drum and bass, it's a little bit like that. It's nice.
But it had that kind of angry, like jungle fun. You kind of loads of emotions all at once kind of thing that you kind of get from the Metalheadsy kind of vibe. But it's like a slightly more hardcore, dirty, edgy version of that kind, and I loved it. I really loved it. Loved the vibes, everything.
A little bit.
Frank's done all technical stuff, but
yeah. A bit of information about Jacob. Jacob's based in Ibiza. He's drawing inspiration from Renegade Hardware, Freak Recordings era, and that style of drum and bass, breakcore, and glitched out jazzy music in general. Current releases.
R.I.P. to that era of drum and bass too.
Yeah. Recent releases to check out on Grey Matter and the Broken Core Collective. Each one being a mix of styles and BPMs. And then at the end of his text, he's written, "I'm not interesting." Okay. Yeah, and somebody in the chat said, is it Jacob 23? Yes, it is Jacob 23. I used to spin quite a few of your bits, dude. So I'm glad you're back on the scene. And I see there that you've also shared the Oblivion show on your page. So extra points.
Oh, bless you, sir.
God bless.
You get extra points now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Next
love
up,
the vibe.
I'm gonna get moving quick because we've got so much content today. It's ridiculous. Next up, Desomorph with the Wizard.
Yo, chill. Yo, fuck chill. You gotta snap them powers and let them motherfuckers know who that is. Take them out anytime you feel like it. Gotta get the ground beneath your feet, partner. Get the wind behind your back and drive the planes rock. Otherwise, you ain't shit. wind behind your back while the flames stop you.
All right, Desomorph from Groningen in the Netherlands.
Say it again.
Groningen,
Yes,
right?
Groningen.
Yeah. He was actually on the last show under a different alias. So inspiration from everywhere.
It's the home of our natural gas and earthquakes.
Brilliant.
Are you naturally gassy, Frank?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Inspiration from everywhere. Core drum and bass. Core dub, hip hop. I do this because I love it. Even if nobody will hear my tracks, I will keep doing the thing. I had a release out on Battle Audio Records years ago. What do you reckon, guys?
All right. The gangster-ish vocal at the start lacked a bit of highs and was therefore a little bit hard to understand. If you're going to put a vocal in a track, then you need to make sure you can hear it over everything else. So I would say saturate the highs in there to make it both meaner. It's already pretty mean, but the content is mean, but make it sound a little harsher, so it cuts through the mix. It sounds fun. I do not like the diva vocals. I asked Joe to specify whether I asked Joe to specify that people needed to say if they wanted their comments from me medium or hot, regular or spicy.
Just say it as it is. Go for it.
But yeah, the diva vocals I do not like at all. That for me would be a reason to not play or buy it. Wander said something about the bass, and he's right. So the stereo bass is good, but it needs to sound good in mono, and this bass loses all the high end when you sum it back in mono. So that's why it sounds disorienting for somebody like him who lives in headphones. And it would also be it would not be fun to play it on some systems because of sometimes they run the monitoring for the DJs in mono as well, and you'd not have a good time with your track. Also here, there could be some movement in the bass. So again, the bass is a really cool bass sound, but it needs to be mono compatible and it needs to move a little bit in the mids to keep it more interesting. And I say the balance is a bit off in all the elements, but this person is definitely going to make it. It has really good structure, otherwise technically sound. So I don't know how long you have been making music. I do not wish to offend anyone, but you will, if you just keep at it, you will do big things.
Big things are going. Yeah. Same deal. There was no need for some of the for the vocally thing, was there really? And they kind of, I think it was two different like kind of old schooly samples, and they both kind of sounded a bit out of place with the rest of the track. The first, I don't know, it felt like quite a long intro. Almost felt like two different tracks type thing. I was really into the vibe of the first half, and then when it dropped, it just felt like it was good, solid, but it wasn't anything new. And I kind of felt I kind of got into the kind of groove in the intro, and then it felt like I lost a bit of the excitement once it kind of kicked in. I kind of felt like I knew exactly where it was going to go after that. But yeah, like you say, Frank, it's well made. I think he'll do well, or she'll do well. They'll do well.
I wrote balance is a bit off, but this woman is going to make it because you never know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Eric Necrokick saying Vonda doesn't like to admit it, but he's only got one speaker.
That would actually be a lot of guys back in the day techno guys used to just make mono tracks. They just work on one speaker because if it sounds really fucking banging on one speaker, like all the old Chris Liebing stuff is completely mono, just one channel. And it is really hard to get phasing issues when you work in mono because there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying you should do that, but I'm saying if you're going to invest in anything, an audio interface or a volume interface that has a mono button is your absolute friend. That is one of the best studio purchases you can buy, is a mono button.
Okay.
Or at least there's a free VST for the people who actually make music in the chat. the free VST called Stereo Helper that lets you isolate you could do mono bass, you could do isolate, you could phase invert, you could isolate just the sides, you could trim each of those individually. It's very helpful if you do not have
Press play, right?
You
can use Vox and Go MSCD as well. Also, that's free as well. You can do that.
It is. Yeah, there's a lot of people who do it for free. Yeah, that's the one.
It's built. You can do that built into Ableton as well in utility, isn't it? And
it is. But the idea is you will forget if you. Even if you have a dedicated button like I do, you will still forget sometimes that you press that button, but you will definitely forget in a VST.
Yeah.
But
then you've got the joys of making a whole track in mono, and then you realize that you've had it in mono. When you take that off, the joy of stereo suddenly just leaps from your speakers is a beautiful thing.
Yes, and the one, like the manufacturer rightly says it, Audient, who released the ID22 and 44, which are audio interfaces with built-in speaker control, so you lose 4 cables, which is always better. They have programmable buttons that you can assign these functions to. So you could do just the sides, just the mids.
Yep.
Well, good. But they're not a sponsor. They're not a sponsor yet, so we're going to stop talking about them
now. Good feedback in the chat as well. Most people liking it. Yeah, it's good all round. Well played, Desomorph, and we shall see you again next time.
Where does hold the phone? Where does Cubase have a stereo mono button on the master?
He said Ableton, didn't he? Ableton.
And Ableton's got it. Ableton's got it in utility. Cubase has it in the stereo enhancer plugin. You can just bang it and hit straight into mono.
Oh, great! I left my Cubase dongle in another machine, so I can't check it right now.
Kin's just joined the chat. Hey, Kin, what's up?
Yo,
man?
Kin.
Oh, Maxie's in
Kin
as
is
well.
out to get me.
Oh, Francis is in as well.
Oh, hello, Francis, buddy. Playing your tune later on, Doc. Maxie.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna hopefully be in what's.
He was out on Live Evil as well.
Yeah, he's a good bloke, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's lovely as our Maxie.
Is that Doc Maxie? Ice minus Doc Maxie.
Huh?
I don't know.
He's called Exydos. He produces with Luke on the Coalition.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah,
that's him.
I didn't realize you had a pet name for him, Frank.
Yep.
It's not a pet name. It's a fantastic project on Technical Itches label.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Next up, we've got Võmbaleidur with General Lus.
Where are these names coming from
tonight? I'm fucking them right up as well. right. That vocal was a bit nuts, wasn't it? It sounded like Deathchant sped up, right? Sounded like what's the name?
Yeah, I think this is either Estonian or Finnish. I wrote down two things about this track earlier today. I wrote that it was 180 BPM, and I wrote that it is a very difficult mix with wonderful ideas. If you're going to combine metal and drum and bass and hardcore bits, that's a really difficult mix to get right, because you have three genres that are very hard to get the mix correct sonically. And then to do this, there's nothing you can say about this to critique it really, because it's really fun. It has good energy. And just to try to make it sound as decent as you can. It was kind of hard to judge over even in the MP3. But Greg, help me out.
So it's like every breakcore party in the world suddenly just phoned up and said, "Where's my drugs?"
What the fuck? Okay.
They can put that in the write-up if it gets released.
Yeah. Okay. I loved it and hated it at the same time. Lots of fun, loads of crazy ideas, some really annoying samples that I'm sure they put in there because they were really annoying. I liked it that it kind of like pushes you. It like pushes your buttons and kind of it's like, yeah, love me or hate me, but it's, that's what art's all about.
Some of the metal bits were cool, though, right? Some of the metal bits were really cool.
Yeah.
It just didn't
seem
like
provocative, and I love that. So, I mean, in some ways it's a complete mess, but just how provocative it is and how much it pushes you and like kind of just makes you go, that's uncomfortable and I don't like it, but I like these bits, and it kind of pulls you all over the place. And props for that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even know if it needs a better mix, because it might just be part of the bit that makes you uncomfortable and annoys you. I think if you hear this out really loud, you're either going to say, okay, I'm going to take my shirt off and go dance around a little bit, or you're going to go get a drink, right? But it's one of the two. There's no in between.
In the chat, he said it sounds a bit like DJ Scotch Egg kind of stuff. Let's hear where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Bro. Does sound like Deathchant vocals. I'm not the only one that said it. Quite a lot of people saying that. It scores points.
Yo, massa boost.
Yeah.
All
right. Awesome. Next up, Sarah. Oh my God, I'm murdering these names. Ceferial, crying out in the abyss. Thanks, Frank. Thank you very much.
good nor ill, what aim hath act? Without its climax, death, what saviour hath? Life, an impeccable machine, exact. He paces an inane and pointless path, to glut brute appetites, his soul content. How tedious were he fit to comprehend himself. More, this our noble element, of fire in nature, love in spirit, uncared. Life hath no spring, no axle. And no end. His body a bloody ruby radiant, with noble passion, sun-souled Lucifer, swept through the dawn colossal, swift as light, when Indians imbecile rose up. He blessed nonentity with every curse, and spiced with sorrow the dull soul of sense, breathed life into the sterile universe, with love and knowledge drove out innocence. The key of joy is disobedience.
All right, a little bit about this guy, Ceferial, 21-year-old guy from the Netherlands, currently residing in Sweden, formerly known as Cryptox. That's a lot easier to say, by the way, but now produced under a new name, Ceferial, focusing on more experimental, darker and heavier hardcore. I always think to let music speak for itself, so I'll not say much, but my main inspiration comes from people like TOA, Ophidian, and the like. I think the mix really needed a lot of work there first off the bat, right?
Yeah, I see. I wrote. Let's see. This is actually. It starts out fantastic. The supporting a lot. I'm echoing lots of the comments here too. A lot of the percussion gets in the way of the kicks, or the kicks get in the way of the percussion. But it's a lot of things are drowning other things out. Again, here for wonder's sake, watch your fucking stereo image. This one is. This one's really. This one's a little painful. I think this one, if I remember correctly. The bass is about half a dB louder on the right side than it is on the left side because of a stereo reverb on the kick, which is something you really should not do. Taking all of the the side information out from maybe 200 hertz down already made it a lot quieter and easier to listen to. The Aleister Crowley poem, dark fucker that he is, those vocals sound like they're maybe had the dialogue isolated or a noise reduction plugin on it, because they sound like they were underwater and they really needed de-essing. So either get a better source for that or have your neighbor read them out loud or something, but those vocals are hard to listen to. Somebody else also commented on this: the breakdown is too long to not have a rhythmic thing going. Somebody said somebody went to get a drink during this breakdown. And I know it's me just being all moany about it all the time, but I really need things to keep moving. I like the totally out of phase ride cymbal, but that one really must have hurt some people who are listening on headphones, because it almost completely disappears in mono. Mm-hmm. So I think this person's speaker placement isn't ideal. Turn that ride cymbal down maybe 4 dB or so, or make it less crazy in the stereo. And the stereo is really fun, but when the highs disappear in the center, that's when it becomes uncomfortable to listen to. So that's why we're all going to go out and buy that mono button. And the production on the first segment of this track was a lot better than the second one for some reason. The second one really suffered from elements drowning each other out. So maybe, I don't know, loop the first bit or try to get the production to at least sound as good. Yeah, if you don't have any speakers, seeing in the chat now,
Yeah, he's there in the
Headphones
chat,
are
yeah.
really tricky to produce on if you don't have even little speakers to AB with. So make yourself happy, even by little shitty speakers, but you need to occasionally be able to let go of the headphones and listen to it somewhere else.
Yep. Anything to add, Greg?
I mean, yeah, I don't have much more to add on that. Other than there was some very, very weird out of key note appeared in the breakdown somewhere, and I thought it was coming from some other source. It was so far out of key, but I don't know where that came from. But yeah, it was a tough one to get through that breakdown with no other elements in there. You either needed complete focus, in which case, was it really a dance floor track, or is it something that's really intended for home listening or something? And you can have a bit of both, but yeah, didn't feel like it really knew where it wanted to be, where its place was.
Well, it's clear he's still finding his feet.
Interesting ideas. Needs a lot of work technically, though.
He's in the chat, Ceferial. He's only 21, so he's still learning his way. So
keep at it, bro. Keep at it. Just listen and learn.
Take the advice on board. Don't take some.
If I was 21 right now, I would just run a few laps around my house. That's what I would do.
Just because.
Just because I could, because I wouldn't be tired.
And go buy some Bitcoin.
Right, 3 more tracks up on New Blood, starting with Jori Samarin. Nailed it. little bit about Jori. Jori is a hard techno and hardcore producer from Finland. Let me just stop that. Producer from Finland. My musical roots are in metal rock, but in 2016-2017 I came across hardcore, and after a while I wanted to try making something by myself. Last couple of years my tracks have been mostly hard techno, but now I've been obsessed by faster and more aggressive sounds, so it feels like a more natural produced music that I mostly listen to. Favourites from the hardcore scene are Promo, Ophidian, SRB, producers that release on Deathchant, Hong Kong Violence, Prospect, and so on. Releases to check out from the hard techno genre, I'd suggest my track Eski Original Mix. P.S. I would be stoked to get reviewed on this format. I hope you like my tracks. You're very welcome, man. Very welcome, Jori. Right. Thoughts,
that is
guys?
funny because it doesn't sound like anything that would ever be on Deathchant. It's like it sounds more like it's happier than any of us would go, right?
Yeah.
I think the chat has mostly nailed it. There is nothing wrong with this track structurally. The guy knows exactly what he wants to say and what he wants to do. It's just that the sounds need to get a little better. And with apology to Ceferial, this is the track that has the half dB more bass on the left side problem. This kick is drowning in reverb. The three kicks at the start. The third kick doesn't sound very good, but it's sonically the most fun. So the punches need to be a little tighter on it. Maybe even put the punch from the first kick onto the third one. Do some crossfading. It's overall too harsh. The lead is a little bit too thin, also too harsh. It needs warmth, and that is one of the hardest things to pull off, to get one of those big mainstream hardcore leads to sound good. That takes some time. They layer multiple synths, multiple sawtooths, and to get it to sound super big, mono compatible again, but also warm. That is the trick. So I think this guy knows exactly where he wants to go. It's going to take some time to get there, which is keep punching at it. That's all you can do. I wouldn't know where to start, but to try to do something about the harshness. I think maybe everything's pushed a little bit too hard. I think if I could recommend anything, get a track that you like that has the same BPM that you know sounds really good. And get your hands on the, I think it's called the Adapter
Metric AB. Yeah.
Metric AB plugin is a lifesaver. You can sync it to the rest of your track, so you can actually just AB while your track is playing with another track of the same tempo, and you can hear exactly what's missing. And just start with a good kick and just AB it and push it until it sounds right, and then try to get a really warm lead.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Amazing.
That is worth
always on my
every
master.
cent that it costs. If that thing costs $500 American dollars, it would still be worth it.
Try it for free. So grab that, Jori.
I mean, anybody, literally every producer should have a really good mastering.
I think for this, anyone should reference. Have this. But I think for this producer, this would be a really good starting point. Is if the music you're trying to emulate, get one of the tracks that you're trying to emulate an element out of, maybe someone's kick or maybe someone's lead. Just loop that, A/B it, and try to get it to sound the same.
Yeah.
All right.
That's advice I used to get from some labels in the mid '90s. They said, get the cheesiest, shittest track that you can find, and maybe you're always very critical of, but that everyone's playing, and see if you can recreate it. You little arrogant fucker. See if you can recreate it. See how good you are now.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go, Jori. Come back, bro. I can see you there saying thanks in the chat. We want to hear what you sound like next time. Let's hear your progress.
He's got some skills. He knows what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Like you say, Frank, I mean, I don't know whether it's just there's too much distortion and clipping, or whether he's just EQing too thin, or whatever it is. But
hardcore and drum and bass, I think, are the two genres with the highest production bar. So if you're going to set out to make hardcore and stand out in it, that is a level reserved only for very few lone scientists in this world. It's not a big group of people that can pull it off, and it can take years and years of work before you get there.
Yep. All right. Nice. Next up, we have got Carnage Core. Elements of Space. Carnage Core, the masked duo. I like these guys a lot.
Once again,
hello?
the chat nails
Yeah,
it. It
Yeah.
needs more sub. Some of the filter edits on the kick, because of the resonance, have more bass than the actual kick in the track, which is something you need to watch out for. This lead disappears completely when monoed. Once again, brought to you by the mono button. I told somebody in the chat, Greg, that you will give a very detailed explanation about stereo and mono and phase.
Go, Greg.
So the snare needs a slightly cleaner transient. I think that would really help with the listenability of the track. And I really like the drum and bass part after the breakdown. That's my favorite bit.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds a little bit like modern the DJ producer and DOLPHIN music. I can hear some inspiration there.
Definitely.
So don't be too upset, Greg.
Nothing to be upset about. No, it's all good. It's all good.
No, I've never seen you upset in my life.
I've seen Greg upset before.
Really? You don't get upset. You just really don't.
You can't talk about it online.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. It doesn't happen very often. It takes a lot. So yeah, you want to talk about the history of stereophonic sound and where it came from?
Well, no, that just why.
Give these guys their feedback first, and then we'll reply to John.
Yeah, so that was my feedback.
No, a really nice track. There was some serious problems with it in terms of the like Frank said about the kind of the stereo sound, how the synths were just sat with the it just didn't feel like it was sat into the track right at all. And that's stuff that just needs a little bit of work. And if you build out something in mono, and God, I spend years fucking with this, where I'd make an amazing synth, and then when you mono it, it'd disappear, and you'd be like, where the hell has that gone? And a lot of the times you play in clubs now, you play in stereo systems and stuff. But good Lord, if you get a mono system that you've got to play on, and suddenly you realize just how much of your track disappears, it's a horrible, horrible thing to deal with. But there's loads of ways you can do it. You can build your synth in mono and then add stereo to it, add reverb and all that sort of stuff. Layers where you have like a kind of strong, mono through the middle, and then pull up the sides and stuff. But
it's not like you're playing. It's not like you're playing a hi-hat left and a clap right, and they sound fine. People all the way on the other end of the Thunderdome main stage can just hear a clap, and the people over there can hear a hi-hat, and that's it. Yeah. But it's the problem I'm constantly going on about is a phase issue. So the sound is shifted just a little bit left and right to give the illusion of it being, well, not the illusion, but it sounds really big. But if you sum that together, it sounds very awkward.
Yeah.
And to me, I'm very lucky because it makes me physically uncomfortable to listen to loud, out of phase material. So I'm very, very, very sensitive to it, which is why I'm always trying to sell people mono buttons.
Yeah. No, but, that's Greg, kind of how it left me feeling uncomfortable. I couldn't quite put my finger on how, I really liked it. I liked the elements. I liked the melody and all that sort of stuff. But there was something about the mixdown that technically made me feel like this just doesn't feel like it's sitting like it should do at all. And it made me kind of feel uncomfortable with it. So it really interesting.
I think from what I remember, it was just the lead. Is this the last track? Because I need a 30-second bathroom break. Greg, keep him talking.
Go ahead. I want to say something. So these guys just had a release on Prototypes. They've got also this Carnage cast.
I love what they do.
Cool.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not bad-mouthing that track because I think it had it.
No. I think I like their stuff, and I've listened to a lot of their stuff because we've signed a couple of bits. But I think you guys might be falling into a trap of sounding a bit samey with the tracks. I mean, the style is kind of unique to a point because it's like they're doing like this, especially some of their other stuff, like the clean kick and synth trancey kind of sound, right? And just keeping the elements clean. But a lot of the stuff sounds a bit the same. And if you carry on making stuff that all just sounds the same, then you're going to stagnate in your production. And also people aren't going to want to sign it because it's not unique enough. So just be careful of falling into that trap.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I think for me, maybe what's happening is, so without getting too nerdy, do you know what the 4 quadrants of learning are, where you go from unconscious incompetence to unconscious competence. So the idea is that when you start, and it works the same way with anything that you learn at all, you have these kind of 4 things that you go through, and when you first start learning, you don't know what you're doing and you don't know how to do it. You're just kind of completely guessing, right? Yep. And the idea is that what you want to get to is this. There's Frankie's back. Where you want to get to is almost like a flow state where you don't have to think about what you're doing, and technically you can do it perfectly, right? So when you think of like professional elite athletes or whatever like that, right? So you want to get from this state of not being able to do anything to this state of not having to think about doing anything technically. And what's happening with these guys is they're getting better, but they're getting to a point where they're having to overthink things, and they're technically they're not quite there, but they're trying, but they're not quite getting it right, but they're really getting close. And that's a natural part of learning, I think. And I think, you just keep chipping away at this. You work out where you take some of this feedback, where you're just getting these little things wrong. You nail those, and then you step on to the next thing, and they're really close to getting there. So yeah, I don't know if that was any help, and I waffled a bit then, but
yeah, definitely.
Frank's back.
Waffle's good.
Right. Next up, we have got, this is the last track for the New Blood. This is Outrest and the sound of Solitution.
Did we have Outrest on last month?
Yeah, we did actually. Yeah. Oh, there was no sub. That's what everybody in the chat was saying. The kick was just missing a sub, right? Some of it felt really good. The intro was really promising. It reminded me of some like Igor kind of stuff, like from breakcore scene. It's like the.
I have not heard anything like this before.
No.
Tell us more, Frank.
No, like like what I heard people say is the first bit sounds really good. Yeah, this is really promising, and then the kick drops, and you can drop with a kick like that, but it has to really convince, and it has to have meat, and that is the sub that people were complaining about. I checked earlier today. I could add about 10 dBs of 37 hertz, and that would blow it up to something manageable. But that's a lot of sub you can add to it. There's also a gigantic gaping hole, which is normally okay. There's a gigantic gaping hole at 150 hertz in this track. It's just there's a valley that you can drive a car through. And I wanted to know if this is that person singing. Is this Outrest singing him or herself?
I'm not sure.
Answers on a postcard.
No, because it's not. I can tell you that it's not, because this is Outrest, so I don't think that's the person that's singing. I could be wrong, but yeah.
You have a beautiful voice.
You do have a beautiful voice.
No, I thought it was really cool. It's not music that I would normally listen to or release, of course, but I can appreciate the originality, and it just needs better mix sound, so more and more production.
Yeah, the track that he submitted, I think it was last month when Richard Drox was on. The kicks were much better. Richard loved it, so I'm a bit confused. So, yeah, no, he says no, it's not him singing. He's in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about, right? Consistency. It's how
hard is that? Jesus.
Yeah. Well, you got to find your groove. You got to kind of like learn your own tricks, learn what works for you, and then just smash it every time. But until you reach that point, it's constant trial and error, isn't it? And while you're in that state, each tune will be different until you get to a point where you feel like you've nailed your own techniques.
You ever listen to stuff from 2, 3, even 5, 6 years ago where you have to wonder, how did I make this sound? This is totally pretty fun, but I have no idea how I made this.
Yeah. But I mean, even still, I listened back to stuff, a few years ago, and I think how did I miss that? Why didn't I get that bit of mix down right? Because just a short time later, you become so much more aware of it. It's a constant learning process, isn't it? Students to the drums, right?
Yeah. I also want to know, was this track 137.5 BPM?
No, it's 275.
Or was it the double of that? Because if it's 137.5, I'm calling FL Studio. That's what I'm saying. There's only people who work in FL Studio actually produce in fractions of BPMs. But we'll see.
Interesting.
We'll see. Oh,
in the chat.
My friend Dan is here.
Yeah, Dan's in the chat. Everybody throw your Dan Dormouse emojis up. He's been immortalized into our stream since his video on the last show. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. It was fucking brilliant, mate.
Oh, Cobby's around in the chat as well. I know it's Cobby.
Yeah,
around.
Cobby's in. He said he said on that last track. He said it sounds like the loading screen on Dungeons and Dragons or Ghouls and Ghosts or something.
I'm imagining Dan saying everything in Macho Man Randy Savage's voice.
Oh yeah.
Everything.
Amazing.
Get all the emojis in the chat. Right.
No, but seriously, I saw Outrest say, the track is still in production. Sure, it is, but everything said here, of course, is meant with the utmost positivity. It's just sometimes it really sucks. Sometimes you get feedback even when you've been doing it for 25 years. You're like, hey, your kick needs more bass, and you sit there and you go, who does this little upstart think he is telling me my kick? Fuck, he's right. It needs a little bit more bass. That still happens to all of us too. Like
So that was the end of our New Blood section.
New Blood.
I call bullshit on Jakob saying he made a 133.7 BPM track. I don't. Why? I don't do that anymore. It makes me very nervous.
I'm going to do a quick toilet break. Normally we would put a video here. I didn't get one, so I am going to put a video here. I'm going to play Luke, the DJ producer's last track.
Oh, I love this.
I'm going to play the video as well. So let's whack this on.
And a shout out because Luke did the video, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, I was watching this last week. Fantastic.
Really cool. Right. Let's get this on. Quick toilet break. Everyone in the chat, enjoy this. Might not play the full thing because it is 8 minutes, but let's go. Shout to Cobby as well. Big up, man.
I'm spreading rumors on the champion sound. But now they make it true. I went killer like killer never man.
Don't call it a comeback. do ultimate damage. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you the #1 MC and DJ crew. Right here with you tonight, the ultimate.
Fuck with my crew, you go to the cemetery. On the wall.
Send out a message telling the children to cover their eyes, the women to shut their legs, and the men to put up their fists.
Get your damn hands up! Don't you call this a regular jam? This is a regular jam. Don't you call this a regular jam? This is a regular. Don't you call this a regular jam? I'm gonna rock. I'm gonna take this city, bitty world by storm. And I'm just getting born. And I'm just getting born.
Never die.
Music is a must. I'm number one. Making funky music is a must. I'm number one. The Deathchant. Making funky music is a must. I'm number one. Making funky music is a must. I'm number one. Making funky music is a must. I'm number one. The Deathchant
will never die.
Making funky music is a must. I'm number one. Making funky music is a must. I'm number one. Making funky music is a must.
Amazing.
Yeah, man. Awesome track. Nice, super mashup of all the Deathchant releases.
Yeah.
Well done, Luke. And congratulations, Cobby, on 100 releases, man. Fucking real landmark.
Indeed.
I said it before, but never publicly. if there's one person that edits together and puts together music that to reflect their own personality, it's Luke. Sometimes you meet somebody on the street, nerdy guy with glasses, shit on the acne. You're like, oh wow, you make this dark brooding music. That's interesting. I hadn't guessed that. With Luke, he sounds exactly like he is as a person, which is unusual, I think.
Yeah. Shout to Cocky in the chat. Easy, bro.
All right, Cocky.
Hello, mate. Also, Alex has turned up. Easy, Alex. So, DC100, I think, are all the digitals out now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah.
Everyone's waiting for the vinyl to drop.
Yeah.
Any news on when that's coming, Cobby, if you're still in the chat? Just out of interest.
Yeah, I think he said before the
you
new
will
year.
hear it here first.
Yeah, everyone's backlogged at the moment, aren't they? Us included.
Yeah.
Anyway, hopefully he answers.
It'll be this year.
Fucking awesome. Yeah. I hope so. I hope so.
How about that?
Stop that video.
2021. 2022. There you go.
Yep.
There we go. Okay, so we have arrived at the part of the show where we're going to focus on Frank ID, aka 50% of the outside.
I'll try to
agency,
stop chewing then. Okay.
Aka 50% of Ghost in the Machine. Guys, we're kind of at milestone point now. So if you want to share the share the show, that would be great. Get a little boost in the numbers. So Frank's ego can have a nice little stroke while he's talking. I'm sure he'd really appreciate it.
I prefer to keep my dirty laundry as private as possible. So,
well,
very good.
No, put that.
I wish fewer people had tuned in.
So Frank, everybody knows you for your 3 different aliases: ID, half of the outside agency, half of Ghost in the Machine. But what happened before that? Let's go on a little trip down memory lane. How did you get involved in music? How did you get to this point?
I think my the first idea I had that I might want to do something to sound is when I discovered that if you slowly push down on the pause button on a tape deck, that it would, it would result in warbled audio and stuff. And I got a second tape deck. I got an older, really fancy top-loading VHS player that I could also do that to and get the audio from there. I got my first little DJ mixer that also could do feedback through the microphone. And I was just experimenting, making sounds with that. Not really feeling like a producer at all. It was just, I like tinkering with electronics. And that was fun to do, but I couldn't really make music with tapes. I was inspired by early stuff that sounded bigger than it should, like say the big drum break on Englishman in New York, Sting. I was like, whoa, that's cool. It would be great if that segment was longer. So I played with that on tape, and then we all had a Commodore 64 in my friend group, and then the first trackers came out for the Commodore 64. It was a single channel monophonic tracker, so you could only do kick snare, kick snare, kick snare, or sound, and it had these. I used 2 bits of software called Micro Rhythm and Micro Tuned. One was just kick, snare, and some synth sounds, and one was kick, snare, and some metal sounds. Then me and a friend were making Napalm Death, Lawnmower Death, Obituary, Sepultura influenced grindcore that we were just screaming into distorted tape decks over, having a lot of fun. And then a few years later, I get reunited with my father, who because it was just me and my mom for the longest time, and I discovered that he has a sampler in his home. I was like, "What is this?" It's a sampler. I was like, "How does it work?" And he said, "Here's a manual. You figure it out."
What sampler was it?
And it's just a Casio FZ1.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
The shout out Aphex Twin selected ambient works for the Casio FC1. I didn't know this, but it was just so cool because I would say something or sample a sound from it, and I can make the first time you have a sampler and you can make your voice go. You're like, whoa, this is fantastic, and that is how a producer is born, I guess. And back then, I really, really, really was not into hardcore. As it was more trying to make maybe the metal stuff that me and my friend were doing, or maybe more hip hop or dancey hip hop influenced stuff. But I was definitely not trying to make a genre. I was more still experimenting with sounds. That was say around 91, 92, and my next door neighbor had just become a hardcore DJ. He would borrow my little DJ mixer every weekend, and he would borrow a turntable from a friend, and he had one turntable at home, and he would just play hardcore records all day. And I used to hate it, and I kept saying to him, "I mean, this stuff is so thoroughly uncomplicated. It must be so easy to make." And then at one point, he just said, "If you think it's so easy to make, why don't you make me some?" I said, "Okay, well, this summer when I go to my dad, I'll show you. I'll make some hardcore." So I asked him to make me a 90-minute cassette with his favorite tracks on it, so I could listen to them and get a reference. And already listening to the cassette, I was starting to get into it a little bit. And then once you start, there's no better way to start appreciating a new genre that you might not be 100% into than trying to make it yourself. Like if you hate trance and then you try to, somebody challenge you to make some trance, and you start listening to the best trance out there. You try to find the best 1% in a genre, because there's any musical genre out there, there's 1% of it at least that's good. And that's what I was doing with hardcore. And I put some stuff together and went back to him, and he was like, "Yeah, okay, this isn't very good, but okay, sure, you can make a little bit of hardcore." I was like, "Yeah, no, but I'm having a lot of fun doing this now. Can you get me more tapes? Can I copy some of your CDs to can I dub some of your CDs to cassettes, because this is really fun, and make me more tapes?" And then I started saving up to buy my own sampler, and soon mutual friends introduced me and Noel, because we were the only two people they knew that were making electronic music in this little city that we're in. And they just pushed us together, like, "Hey, you guys should hang out and do things together." But he worked in a tracker. I was on a DOS sequencer, so we were absolutely not compatible. But we decided to start sending out demo tapes together. Just to combine efforts, just to each put like our 4 or 5 best tracks on there, to see if we could sign to get a record deal. And some of the stuff I was sending out was before I had discovered what quantizing was. Now, my dad purposefully didn't want to help me, because he said the best way to learn this is just by doing, which I guess back then was okay, but I'll get to it later. It's really useful to actually work together with other people that already know what they're doing, if you know what you're doing a little bit too. So he's like, "Okay, so I'm going to tell you one thing though. Here is quantize. This is going to make it easier for me to be in the same house as you, listening to what you're doing, if it's at least on beat." And then me and Noel sent demos out for I guess a good 4 years, and we were almost about to give up. And then suddenly all the labels started calling back. And they were calling back about tracks that were also on the tapes from a year before then, and the year before then. But maybe it was just our time.
Mm-hmm. So what kind of stuff?
And that's how I got sort of started in music.
What kind of stuff were you listening to then in the earlier days? For inspiration.
You mean hardcore wise, or just music?
Anything really. Like what was driving you? You covered a lot of time there, but what initially what were you listening to that was making you,
There's a lot of funk and soul around the house. All those records are still here. I have them now. Listen to a lot of radio, so whatever was popular there. And you'd be sitting having breakfast or having lunch and then hear Stacker Humanoid on the radio and go, hey, there's something there. That's cool. Like, I don't know what that is, but you know, it resonates with you. And maybe more if you hear it 10, 20 years later, you go, oh man, that was insane for that time. So no wonder it made it to the Dutch, Dutch national radio would actually play it in the afternoon. They would play Stacker Humanoid. S-Express was also just a big thing. Just not things I was into at the time, but definitely stuff I noticed. The first record I bought on vinyl was Babylon by Bus, which is a live album by Bob Marley. It's a really good live album by Bob Marley. And the first CD I bought was a Jungle Brothers CD, because I was really into one of their songs that was in the charts here. And then in say 1990, when I saw my dad again after having not seen him for a great many years, he introduced me to Public Enemy and Digital Underground. He's like, this is good rap music. Listen to it, you'll like it. There are two extremes, but they're both really good. And yeah, It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back by Public Enemy and
life-changing
Do What
album.
You Like, and and a life-changing album for so many reasons. And Sex Packets by Digital Underground also to illustrate, does humor belong in music? And to me, it definitely does. Those two, that, and then I started, picking up hip hop myself, and I was really into De La Soul back then. They have a song called I Know, which is where ID came from, because I used to write something else as a graffiti person. I was not good at all. You cannot see any of my drippy pieces because I was never really any good, but I wanted to. And back in the early computer days, you had to have a nickname already. And my nickname, due to the character limit on the Commodore 64, had to be about 5 characters. And everybody had a D in their name then, so that's just what it became. I mean, I think a lot of us would pick a different name now, knowing what you know now, but that's the name you're stuck with.
So, I was
like a lot of the early guys on Enzyme Records. They were given their names by Roughneck. Just like, oh, you are this now.
Wow, really?
You are this science fiction. Yeah, you are this science fiction book I like. You are now this. You are now that. Yeah, you are now this project.
Like a J-pop band.
Some people come into labels and they're like, yeah, my name is such and such, and DJ Childfucker or something. No, this is not a good name. We are going to change your name to something else.
So you said about De La Soul and I Know being where your name come from. Maybe we could listen to that, actually, because I do have it here.
It's
for people that don't know.
Feel free to critique it in the channel.
Yeah, from 1989, De La Soul, I Know.
Yeah, there is so much to say about that album because it was the first album to have skits. It was the first album to be so incredibly sample heavy, and it was the first album ever to get in so much trouble for being sample heavy. They ended up not making a single penny on this album because they got sued so hard, and the track they got in trouble for was the French, the little French snippet they had, the C'est l'heure de déjeuner. Il est midi. That track got them.
The accent is fantastic.
They wanted so much money to clear the sample. There is a podcast by Open Mike Eagle called What Had Happened Was, and he talks for 10 hours, 10 episodes to Prince Paul, the guy who produced the first 3 De La Soul albums, and they talk about this. They talk about this album also. There's like a 2 hours devoted to this album. These are just 17, 18, 19-year-old kids making fun music that accidentally blew up, and the Daisy image was the sort of the hippie image was given to them by the label. They hated it. They really wanted to resist it, but they were like, yeah, me, myself, and I, this is your look now. You're going to wear this, and that. But they were actually, they used to have, they talk about having to beat people up in the street who tried to challenge them for being soft. And they were anything but soft, but they were constantly being challenged by the label, the image that the label had put on them. And it's just, they talk about recording techniques and who was in the studio for what, and it's absolutely amazing. So if you're a hip hop nerd, there's 10 hours of Prince Paul, and there's 10 hours of LP from Company Flow and Run the Jewels, which is wonderful to listen to. Now I can only talk about maybe 25 years of me, but I'll do it. I'll do it.
Do it. So what?
There is a remix of I Know on the single for I Know that has that sort of introduced me to the concept of remixing. Also, they were more classical remixes. A remix used to be you would give another musician or producer the multi-tracks or the multi-track tapes for a track, and they would just mix it slightly differently. They would maybe add a few drums here and there, change the phrasing or change how it was structured, but they wouldn't change things a lot. They wouldn't make a whole new song out of it. And there's some break beats on one of the I Know mixes. That's amazing. And I totally stole them from one of my old drum and bass tracks. It's okay, I'll admit it.
And so, what? You said you met Noel. What was the year that you met Noel in?
I think that was 91, probably.
Okay. He was on the show a few shows ago, and he said that you were
He's on the show right now. I see
everybody
him in
else.
the fucking chat. He's
in the
see
chat
if I don't
now,
say anything critical about him.
he said that you guys with the Outcasts. I think probably didn't say the Outcasts, but everybody was in bands. And you guys were the people that were into electronic music, so you kind of got pushed together.
All our friends were, all our friends were into normal people music, and they, and a lot of them were musicians, because we did sort of hang out in those circles. But Noel and I were people that hung out in all the circles. We were friends with the hardcore kids, we were friends with the artsy, gothy metal kids, and also these guys that happened to be in bands, and they were like, "Oh, you guys should hang out because you'll finally have another, weird guy that likes to make hardcore to talk to."
And so Outside Agency release came before the first ID release, but were you producing as ID before the Outside Agency then?
Yeah, I forget exactly how that went, not because I'm old, but because back then things could happen really fast. So you could send a record in to be cut, and you could have a physical release 3 weeks later if you were lucky. Or if you knew the right people. If you're Jack White, you can have it released the next day if you own a pressing plant. So I think around I was definitely making ID tracks before we decided to send out demo tapes. We did that as X Factor, because that was our name before the outside agency, and X Factor was something we had signed away exclusively to Cool Man Records, so we can't use that name ever again. But we just totally stole it from a comic book anyway, so that's fine. I hope my internet won't freeze, because I see the stream here freezing in front of my eyes. If it does freeze, then you'll have to waffle without me for a few seconds.
Yeah, no problem. I've got emergency contingency. You have got a slight delay. Nice. Your camera's slipping out of sync with your microphone a little bit. Maybe your camera's a bit too high quality over the Wi-Fi or something. Anyway,
it might be. Yeah, I have pretty okay internet, but we'll see. So yeah, I made ID tracks before Shirley. I think I played my first DJ set in '94. At a party with Noel also. Noel taught me to DJ. He taught me how to play with Get Down Everybody by Holy Noise. One other track, which maybe he'll remember, but there's just 3 records that I just kept playing back to back just to sort of get a feel for how it works. And it's not rocket science. Yeah, at some point, if you have a decent enough sense of rhythm, you'll get it. And then I remember playing that first party in '94, with the first time you play on an actual system, monitors with delay and everything in a big room. You think you're on, but you're not. You're not on. You're train wrecking. That's what you're. That's what you're. Oh yeah, it was the Pink Gizmo one. That's it's a Gizmo and Buzzfuzz record.
Don't know.
I will look it up while I'm typing, because I'm feeling brave. It's a brand new dance, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Found it on time. Let's see. What else? Keep the questions coming. Keep me talking.
So you and Noel started making music together. What were you listening to then? What kind of stuff were you using for reference, if at all?
We were both.
What was happening? What was your jam?
We were both into a lot of the stuff that was the hardcore stuff that Patrick Roughneck was putting out, and people inspired by that. That sort of old early Bonsai stuff. A lot of the old Parkzicht tapes from the club in Rotterdam that just had all this music that, in 91, 92, you can't go to the internet and say, what is this track? There are tracks that I'm still finding from tapes that are now, 20 years old. We go, 30 years old.
Yeah, 30 years.
Oh, wow. Yeah. It's that is okay. So is that what that is? And so, you realize
like
then
old
that
Euromasters and stuff like that.
They were playing everything mixed. They were playing house, techno, the old classic UK hardcore. UK hardcore used to be, 150 breakbeat music, sometimes with a little bit of kick, and then at some point it split into, some people went kick, some people went
techno.
Yeah, but they were all mixing all that stuff together just because the genre was still being shaped.
Yeah,
people just took the hardest sounds from all those genres and combined them into something new. And that was a really exciting time, because we had a friend that was really into breakbeat hardcore. Noel was into a lot of the stuff that Speed Freak was doing on Monotone Records. So I also heard a lot of that. That was also influential to me, more than German stuff. I was really into screamy stuff and guitar stuff, like we talked about the old Rob G records that were just, just blew up the gimmick super hard, and to the point where it made such an impact that everybody started making guitar hardcore, even though they were probably not into guitars themselves. But it was one of those records that sort of changed direction for a lot of people, or at least everybody said, hey, let's also try to make something with a guitar. And someone like Roughneck made everyone try to do something like he was doing with the Juno and try to combine breakbeats with hardcore like he was doing. And just
all the guitar stuff, all the early guitar stuff was coming out of the US, wasn't it? Like I don't think a lot of it was coming out of Europe at all, was it?
Yeah, it was Delta 9 and
it was Dave DOA. And it was like those guys. Yeah.
The Disciples of Annihilation.
Indeed.
I'll drink some urine to that. The Mind Controller remix by Charlie. There's 2 remixes of that Rob G. Reapy and the motherfucking Mind Controller track by 2 Charlie Lono's and Mental Theo remixes, and remix number 2 was a huge influence on me as well. And then fucking Noel fucks around and he buys me my first vinyl record. He buys me Cool Man, I think it was 14 or 16 with 8, 5, forget. He buys me the Korrekte bass drum remixes.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And once you have one record on vinyl, you need more.
Mm-hmm.
So that starts that whole journey.
I've actually got that here. Let's play that. So Noel bought this for you.
Sorry, I can happily say that I was listening to a lot of this stuff that when people were just really still just trying new, not everything had been done yet. So they were, there was just a lot of happy experimenting and a lot of stealing. A lot of people were just blatantly stealing verbatim entire sections of each other's records. Yeah, which is it was the Wild West out there.
It was the Mokum era as well, right?
Yeah, Deathchant
if something was a hit, if something was a hit, and if you're like some of the Belgians that owned a record press themselves, if something was a hit, you could lift something off that hit and have at least white labels to play in the clubs. A few days later, you could have your own version of that hit. Which is
let's play this track
now do again, but of course there was a long time where we didn't have access to it was even considered bad to be playing off of CD or a digital medium. So there's a long time where you really had to wait for something to come out on vinyl before you could play it.
All right, well, let's play this. This is Smash and DJ Rob, a Korrekte bass drum, and this is the first hardcore vinyl that you owned, and it was bought for you by Noel DJ Hidden, right?
Listen to when the kick finally comes in. On the first measure that the kick comes in, there's drum rolls. He put the drum rolls, probably through sheer ignorance, he put the drum rolls at the start of the measure, which has always been something that I tried to do myself back then too, because I thought it was so cool.
It is, Joe.
All right, I'm going to play it. Let's go.
Bassdrum korrekt? Ist diese Bassdrum korrekt? Und diese? Ja! Jungs, was geht ab? Ist hier korrekte Atmosphäre oder was? Hier 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 ist hier korrekte Atmosphäre oder was? atmosfero do was. Jeśli korekta 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 atmosfero do was. Diese Bassdrum korrekt?
Are you? Yeah, that's so much fun. It's so disjointed in some places, but real fun.
Yeah, Pure 97.
Yeah, I saw Wonder shout it out. It was punk. I don't think not to discredit it or to be critical of it, but it was just music back then was made with a little less thought. Just this sounds fun, let's go. This sounds fun, let's go. I'm sure all 3 remixes on that record were put together in a day. You know. And I mean, it doesn't switch to a new sound. It doesn't switch kicks at all. It's just a distorted 909, and it doesn't have any big build-ups. So you know, the energy is pretty constant, which also means that you can constantly dance to it. Mm-hmm. So like a lot of modern hardcore, it has so much energy in the parts with kick drums that you almost have to stop dancing after 20 or 30 seconds. You know.
So the year before this was when you guys had your first release, right? You had your first release on Mokum with Noel.
We had our first release. Yeah, we were about to give up, and then all the labels started calling us in the summer of '96. And Cool Man Records was the first label to call. And then Rotterdam Records called. Combined Forces, who did all of the Gizmo stuff, and Roughneck said he wished he got our demo, but never did. But he did. We did send it to him. And then Mokum, they all said, "Okay, that's too bad. It's gone. It's too bad. The tracks are gone." And Mokum, Fred from Mokum was the first guy that said, "Oh, that's too bad that the tracks are gone. Can you make me some new ones?" And we were like, yeah, sure. So we made 4 tracks for him, and that record accidentally came out before the Cool Man record. So the first release was the first released music was the Mokum record. The first signed music was the X Factor record.
So back then, when you did 4 tracks, you were doing 2 tracks each.
Yeah,
you weren't doing collabs because tracks. You said, yeah, go on.
Yeah, we've done a handful of tracks together, but mostly separate. But it's just we combined our name to get to have more of a chance. We hoped when sending out demos. Yeah.
And did you have any challenges with finding consistency in sound, or was it just you spent so much time together? Because I don't think anybody knew that you weren't doing collabs. You know what I mean? I think they couldn't tell that like Noel was doing some and you were doing some. It was just like these are.
Yeah, that was harder for people to figure out at the start. It's maybe a little easier for people to hear now, but it used to be more of a challenge. Which is, I mean, it's good. The music definitely complements each other. We're happy to be on each other's records, and of course the handful of people. I mean, I used to be, probably you all as well. I used to be the guy that just would open up every little CD, read all the liner notes, see who does what, who had which
You got the credits and stuff,
belonged to what, spelling mistakes. Oh wow! Oh, all these tracks are by the same person. Wow, that's interesting because that was your Discogs, the only somewhat reliable source of information you had about who made the music. Really, it was were the liner notes and the credits in the CDs. In the compilation CDs. And we're discovering that, Speed Freak had a bunch of aliases. It was fun back then trying to figure out what everything was. And the people that used pseudonyms and aliases were just confusing me.
Yeah. Is there any track that Noel's done that you've been jealous of? That you were like, I wish I wrote that?
The producer, Snafu Remix.
Okay.
Machine Slavery. And Stranger's Call.
Oh, okay.
And, both tracks on the 10-inch, the Return of the Space Vampires from Beyond, Pluto or Jupiter? Alchemists and the Spooks. Those are some of my favorite records. Favorite tracks that he's done.
Awesome.
I want to park the outside agency topic because I want to come back to that after. I want to focus on ID a little bit if we can. So when did you realize that you wanted to make drum and bass? Because you've talked about hip hop, you talked about all this other stuff, but when was the realization that I like drum and bass, I like breaks, whatever?
If you like hip hop,
we had a
breaks,
friend who's
right?
also in our
get sucked into it.
Yeah, we had a friend who was really into breakbeat and jungle. He was one of the guys also into music production. So whenever we visited him, that's what we would listen to. And he also had 2 turntables, which we didn't have at home. So the rule was if you wanted to learn how to mix in his house, you were using his records. And he had old Remark, Adam F, Metalhead stuff, just like the early, say 94 to 96 breakbeat and drum and bass. Naughty, really, really fun stuff to mix. And he would always say, hey, why don't you make me something like this too?
Metropolis, Adam F, 96.
Yes, yeah. And I liked it, but wasn't 100% into it. But until tracks like Metropolis came by, or they played the bloody jungle music all night, boom, 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 boom. It still had a bit of a reggae edge, and then that was slowly you got this movement that stripped all the reggae and b-boy samples and really went for the futuristic aspect of drum and bass. And that was some of that's the stuff I liked. But the first few drum and bass and breakbeat tracks I made, Noel and I both made for him because he was like, hey, why don't you make me something like this? So we did. The first jungle tracks that we made were really to emulate the stuff that we were playing at his house, and just sort of as a present for him. Then, when I first heard Technology at Rush and Nico, I was like, whoa, this is hardcore drums. This is hardcore rave stabs. And the first time I heard a brutal Reese, I was like, okay, this I can get behind. And that inspired me to make my first released drum and bass record, or jungle record, which was... the release that Noel was on as well, actually.
Which track was that? Sorry, that you broke up in my ear. Which track were you talking about?
I had 2 tracks in that release. One was called The Rhythm, and the other one was called, one of those title things.
I actually meant which track inspired you for that. Was it the Adam F one that you were talking about, or did you say something else?
No,
sorry.
And then we talked about Nico as well, didn't we?
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, right,
yes.
Makes sense.
Yeah, just so people know, all that stuff you hear, Fierce, Trace, Ed Rush, was all music produced by Nico.
Yeah.
Those guys were just DJs who were vibing in the studio. That man does not get enough credit. There's a reason why Trace and Ed Rush and Fierce all sound the same. It's because all the music was produced by one person. But back then, there was really no shame in having a ghost producer.
Let's play some. Let's play some Ed Rush and Nico. Ed Rush and Nico, Technology. Yeah?
Yes.
Let's do that.
Oof. Good times these were.
Awesome stuff, man. Really cool and really ahead of its time as well.
Like he waits 4 minutes to bring that reason.
Yes,
it's 4 minutes. Whenever you try to play this to someone, you're like, "Hey,
just wait,
just wait." Yes.
Yeah.
And then of course
that was the whole evolution of that kind of mid to late '90s sound that kind of culminated in Wormhole and all that sort of stuff. You can hear the evolution of it, that whole early Neurofunk stuff, and it's just incredible. But they were all like 6, 7, 8 minute tracks and stuff, and like it would just like build with this groove for like 4 minutes, and you get this drop with the reese that would tear everything apart, and you'd just be like in awe, man, of just incredible times, incredible music,
and sci-fi. It's all Blade Runner samples.
Yeah.
Lots of reverb, also lots of just EQing and like EQ sweeping on the mixing desk.
Yeah,
you can hear them fucking about with the reverb sends on some of these tracks.
Yeah,
like
and this time
tracks done. Nope.
Certainly in the UK, it was like everything was going either too jungly or too happy and stuff like that. And these boys were going darker and darker, and like Dillinger and Lemon D and all those guys were like let's just fuck it. We're going to take it down to some dark dystopian sci-fi movie. And when you're in a club just blacked out with smoke everywhere and you're just getting battered with this and it's repetitive and it drives, and then out of nowhere this bass line just smashes you around the head. It's fucking great times. Like, miss those days.
Plus it had what I thought was 909 percussion. It kind of does. It turns out that they used a 727.
Wow.
The Latin version of the 707. I discovered this because when I was trying to reverse engineer some of this stuff, I discovered that the congas and the maracas and stuff that you hear on all the torque, all the LP that this record is from, is all from the 727.
Wow. Okay.
Just drowned out in reverb, and that also has the 909 ride and the 909 hi-hats. But yeah, it was just, you know, the 909 didn't belong in that genre anymore, and they brought it back in.
Yep.
Like, here you go.
Yeah, Talk is a seminal album in that you know, around in this genre, that kind of this. Yes. Yeah, if you haven't got it, get it.
Everyone should have 2 copies.
Totally. Yeah. Shout out to Stefan as well in the chat.
Hey Stefan, yeah, I saw you there. Easy, bro. He was saying that the No U-Turn label,
easy, bro.
No U-Turn label also changed my view on drum and bass. Nasty Habits, shadow boxing, stuff like that. Yeah. So.
Yeah, shadow boxing was also a turning point.
Yeah, that was one of those tunes, wasn't it? When you heard that, I kind of missed that. Those tunes that you hear coming from so far away, like the moment you hear like the very first part of it, your ears just go, I know that's coming.
Hey,
right? Yeah, and whether just you know, some of those just where you recognize the first kick and snare coming in, you're just like, I know it's coming, you know, maybe a minute away before we start getting in there, but you just know it's coming in.
Or 4 minutes till the Reese,
yeah, it's just something really lovely about that, isn't that? Where you kind of know a tune so well, and as soon as you feel it coming across the speakers, it's just, coming home.
But if I may say, I think the difference now is that back then, really dark records could be hits. And it's a little different now. It's a little harder to be super big, and even in drum and bass with something that's proper dark, like this stuff was. Or shadow boxing is dark.
Yeah,
there's
nothing happy about that.
There's no happy note about that
record.
Yeah. That's music to club seals too. That's it's something.
So this inspired you. This kind of sound inspired you, and I mean, you've gone on to have quite a prolific drum and bass career, collaborating with some pretty fucking big artists. First of all, I wanted to ask you a question about collaboration specifically, because you're one of those artists that has collaborated a lot, like more than solo releases, similar to like Lenny D, for example. And I'm wondering if there's a similar thing between the two of you, in that. Well, I'm asking the question actually. Why do you collab so often? What is it that makes that interesting for you?
I prefer to make music with someone to doing it alone. I can do it alone. I have done it alone. I still make music alone sometimes. But for me, it's a really cool way to combine learning, hanging out with friends, because it's usually really fun when you have a studio partner that you really vibe with, and that's different for all the people involved. But it's a really fun feeling to accomplish that together, not over the internet, but actual in person.
Yeah.
You know, you share meals together, you walk to the supermarket together, and you're like, oh, maybe we should try this, or we should try something like that. The first many hours are usually lost playing each other music that influenced you, or stuff that you want to emulate, or just you get to really know somebody. And I built some really cool friendships that way. Like Counterstrike, we met him in 2003 or 4. He was over
Just
for a
such a
prospect
cool
party.
guy,
We're
man.
on the same lineup, and I was like, hey, next time you're here, you should stay over and we'll make a track together. And he's just like, he's a guy that goes, yeah, fuck it, let's do it. And I just learning so much from working with him. And the second time we worked together, he's like, "Oh, I didn't know you could do this in Contact. I didn't know that was possible because we're all stubborn. We don't read manuals." Mm-hmm. Admit it. None of you really read manuals very often. And then the second time me and Justin worked on a track, he's like, "Yeah, I'm fucking Cubase off. Let's try to make a track in Reason." I was like, "Have you worked in Reason often?" "No, not really. I don't even know how it works." But it's just he has to constantly changes his DAW every once in a while just to be, not be tired of the same shit. Learn new things. Maybe have a different approach to a different sound. To achieve a different sound, and that was also that's inspirational to me. I obviously work really well with Nils together. That's a very we complement each other very well. Ophidian and I make really cool music together, but it always takes a really long time before it's done because we get a really cool initial idea, and then from initial idea to finishing it, that can take years for us. Some of the tracks that we are still working on are now many years old, but they will be released one day or be finished one day. But we very often evolve in more horizontal rather than vertical production. So the track doesn't really progress. It usually gets shorter before it gets any longer. But I did definitely really fun to work with also. But it's different with everyone. But yeah, I have more fun doing that than doing something on my own. Of course, it is also easier to make music with someone else, because if people don't like it, you can just go, "Oh, well, that was all Greg in this collab." It's him. Oh, you don't like the melody? He did it. He's the one responsible for this super shit melody. Yeah.
Well, you talked about Justin that we could play the grind that you were just talking about, right?
Yeah, that's the track we did in. That's the track we did in Reason. The only track we did in Reason.
And this was on Prospect EP1.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Let's go. And hey to Nori in the chat. What's up, bro?
What's up, Nori? tune.
There's absolutely no movement on that bass part. It needs moving mids.
I just saw this pass in the slideshow. Is this one of your first studios or something? So you sent these over to me.
Yeah, that's let's see. There's Cakewalk for DOS 4.0A. There's my Behringer MX8000 mixer, the Casio sampler, and the Prophet 600. I see the Quadriverb and the Juno, the Alpha Juno. I see a bunch of unused mailers from sending cassettes to labels. Yeah. This is before I switched to Cubase SX, so this has to be here we go. There's a promo record. It's probably around 2000.
Yep.
I saw a question in the channel earlier. The record, the music that pulled me back into hardcore, that was definitely one of them. I think that's one of the earlier File records by Sebastian. But yeah, just working together with. I learned a lot working with Black Sun Empire. I learned a lot working with Counterstrike. AJ from Evil Intent is a very interesting person to work with, because he's like, oh hey, show me how Cubase works. Like, okay, so you do this, you do that. Okay, now Contact. Okay, how do you do this? Oh, actually don't know. And he's like, probably like this. No, he's one of those people. That just you show him 5% of what you know, and they just run right past 95. and the other, and you're learning from them. But we all, I know you probably had that too, Greg. You're sitting working together with someone, and they do something in the sequence, and you go, "Wait, stop! How did you just? What did you just do?" The guys from Black Sun Empire showed me that you could pitch audio on the information line in Cubase, and I showed Justin. He was like, "What the fuck? I've needed this forever," And then he showed me how to do some automation stuff for basses in Contact. I was like, "Oh, that is how you do it. Okay, great." Just there's no more fun way, because you get to be social, hang out with your friends, you get to make a fun track, and make new memories with your friends, and develop a closer bond with people. That's one of the reasons why I'm still in music, as I've made a lot of my best friends are definitely not from around here, and they're from all over the world, and I met them because of this music.
Yep. Yeah.
You spoke about for that. Oh, you spoke about Black Sun Empire. You guys did a tune together, actually. Actually, a whole release.
Yeah, we
together,
did too.
I remember. Yeah, there was one. Brainfreeze,
2008 was a good year.
Yeah. We'll play that actually. Let's
that's
play
also when you collab with someone, it also gives you an excuse to do something that sounds like them. Normally you could say, I can't do a sound or a rhythm or a melody like this, because it's totally sounds like that person. But often when two people collaborate, it's finally your excuse to do something that sounds like them.
Yeah.
And that definitely happened in this track as well.
Nice.
Right,
hit it, Joe.
Black Sun Empire and ID, Brainfreeze.
Yeah, baby. So much energy in those drums, man. I love the way they do that.
Yeah, so that to go back to the New Blood segment, you said listen to Black Sun Empire to see how to get energy into really steppy drums. What they used to do a lot, they would get a bunch of cymbals together, hi-hats, loop them, just really randomly loop them, and side chain them really heavily to the kick and the snare to sort of make it sound like there was somebody. Like Clyde Stubblefield was going crazy on the on the crashes and the hi-hats in the track. And there's also there's always an amen in there in a lot of their older tracks.
Really thin layers
quietly
sometimes.
looped, just thin layer of amen, just like to have some of that dirty energy that you really need in drum and bass also, because it's a clean production is key there.
Yeah.
But you have to have the grit, and that comes from just using loops in it.
Yeah,
just layered in there real quietly.
Yep,
and it's really hard to get the balance right, but you'll know when you know.
Yeah, you do. You
also did some awesome collabs with SPL.
Oh, what happened to
lots,
SPL?
Actually,
is he still going?
He is now. His project is now called Champagne Drip. And he is doing better than he ever has before. He has.
Is SPL Champagne Drip? I did not know.
I think he's playing like 200 shows a year now. He's doing really well.
Wow.
Yeah, he was the absolute reason master. I see a lot of talk about reason in the chat. What happened to me as a producer coming from hardware transitioning to Cubase was you suddenly didn't have 2 synthesizers, you suddenly had 40. And you didn't have 1 EQ, you had 1 million. And it can be overwhelming, and it can slow you down. There's Sam. And Reason, of course, was before hell froze over. Reason was completely self-contained. You could not run any external instruments in it. Well, that's what they said. When Mac finally started using Intel processors, they said hell froze over, and I think Reason did the same thing when they started. But yeah, the Reason was very self-contained. So you had those 2 synths. You had Thor came later. You had the Maelstrom, and you had to make all your bass sounds on that. You had to use either samples or that, and you get really, if you have 1 synth and you love making music, you get really good with that synth. And Sam can make that thing sing.
Yeah. Well, Tim Curran used Reason for years, didn't he?
Exactly.
All that early stuff was Reason, yeah?
And his older stuff, you can hear it. It's trumpet, trombone, saxophone wavetables played at their lowest octaves with lots of modulation on them. Wow. In multi-band distortion, which was all really easy to do.
Play this track with you and SPL from 2010, Pyramid Punk. Give this a blast.
Yeah, that was the first one we did together.
Nice.
Man, I miss
Such
that
Eamon.
sound.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Flashback
there's still people who make it. There's still people who like it. It's just not a very big crowd right now. And then you're faced with the choice: do I keep making this and play 3 shows a year, or do I try to find something else that I also like doing?
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but I mean, so Tim Reaper just did an essential mix on BBC Radio 1 a couple of weeks ago, and there's a lot of breakcore-y, heavy drum and bassy, jungly, dark stuff, and that stuff's getting more and more attention. It's one of those cyclical things, isn't it? It just comes back, it becomes more flavor.
Yeah, it is exactly that. But there is for hard drum and bass, there was a good few years.
Oh yeah.
Where if that was what you wanted to support your family on, it wasn't a good move.
Yes, for sure.
Especially if you had a big family or illegitimate kids.
A big family of illegitimate kids.
All right,
I'm just looking at the. Yeah, for this one, I just.
Go ahead. Over.
Yeah, for this one, I just said, okay, let's do something that just has a crazy. This was 100% inspired by Technical Itch, of course. Yes, I see that in the chat too a lot. So okay, let's do lots of different amens. I sat on a laptop and just made just like 40 variations of that amen with different EQs, different distortions, different pitches and filters. And we figured out back then, for a reason, you had to do everything in recycle. You had to, slice up the beat. And I discovered, hey, let's make all these beats at like 100 BPM, so it becomes really easy to slice them. So we could work really fast on this. Yeah, and then it ended up being that crazy thing with this really hard drop.
Didn't he used to live with you?
No, he would spend like 2 months out of the year here, and he would spend time with Max Limewax, and he would spend time with me. A lot of producers used my house as a detox stop because there's not a lot of partying in this house, so they would come here to escape people like Gareth who would drink a beer with them.
A beer.
And I just don't have any in the house.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 beers, or a hardcore beer now, I guess.
Indeed.
I mentioned the sponsor. Yeah, there's maybe 3 or 4 tracks with Evil Intent that we never got around to finishing. I have maybe 5 or 6 things with Ophidian that 4 of which will see the light of day this year, but they're always slow moving. And I have a few tracks with SPL that have still not been finished. And he reached out recently, about a month ago or so, to say, "Hey, I love your new hardcore stuff. Let's do something with this and my stuff soon."
Mm-hmm. Nice. Right, I'm gonna pull us along a bit because we're 3 hours deep and we're still in ID. So we're gonna play one more track from ID. Since we've been talking about Evil Intent just there, let's play
Jim Skynner.
Jim Skynner, mate. Let's play it.
Come on in.
Come on then. Are you ready? ID and Evil Intent, Jim Skynner.
I will burn your entire world to ashes.
Yeah, try that.
What a tune! What a tune!
Right, I'm just jumping into emergency mode here because Frank's got a problem with his camera. He's got a bit of a delay between his microphone and him. Frank, just leave completely, mate, and jump back in if you need to.
What now?
Talk?
Hi.
Oh, that's actually a little bit better already.
Looks good to
Right?
me.
Okay, right, good. So tell us about this one then, Evil Intent and Jim Skynner. Someone in the chat is asking where's the vocal sample from?
Okay, all good questions, and they all have answers. This is I started maybe 6 or 7 tracks with AJ from Evil Intent over the years while I was visiting him in Atlanta, or when he was staying here as using me as a base for his tours through Europe. This was when we started. The lead is a ReFX Vanguard. Remember that synth?
Oh yeah.
And it's just something that we had. We had the falling wee. We had that sound, and we had a few of the drums.
Did that
we
come
just
off
never got
Vanguard,
around
did
to
it?
finishing it because, you know, it ended up being Time War and Rock and Roll were the ones that we finished before. And then, you know, it was actually Mike visited me for the first time. He was like, "Hey, what do you have lying around that you haven't worked on yet?" And I just played him 2 or 3 things, and he was like, "Hey, let's work on this one." And this was at least 5 years later or so, and he said, "Yeah, this is." We managed to get something nice going with it, and I had a vocal from a TV show that said, "I will burn your entire world to ashes," and he replaced it. It's him. It's Mike from Evil Intent.
Ah, there you go. I think it was Mr. Butterfist who asked that question. Yeah, it was. So what's going on with ID now? You've parked it temporarily, right?
Well, not really. It just sort of parked itself. It's really hard to keep up with Noel's output in the outside agency. So I work on music almost every day, but I'm just not as fast as he is. It takes me more time to finish something. So it wouldn't be fair for me to do a lot of drum and bass because hardcore is sort of what we were making our money with, or at least, you know, it felt like the most logical choice to at least prioritize outside agency tracks over drum and bass. And we were already combining drum and bass in hardcore anyway. So I still do drum and bass stuff all the time, maybe just not as ID. And then when Ghost in the Machine accidentally became rather big, I have time to make about 1.8. I have time to do about 1.8 aliases. That's how much time I have. And it was a really it's just a very easy choice. There's bookings for the outside agency. There's bookings for Ghost in the Machine, and there's maybe I had maybe 4 or 5 shows a year for ID, so I could try to keep beating that. I mean, I did make. I do have. People always ask about my new Prospect EP. I do have 6 or 7 half finished drum and bass tunes. One is completely finished. I've never gotten around to finishing because it's. I need a lot of time to get music done. And it's just more logical for me to put that energy somewhere where it can actually go somewhere. If I had a lot of time off, I would, of course, totally jump back into drum and bass because I still love it. But that's why I put a lot of drum and bass in my hardcore tracks, and that's why I even put a lot of drum and bass into one of the Ghost in the Machine tracks. It's just I ended up working on a 135 BPM no U-turn track.
That was awesome. It was one of my favorite tracks in the album,
which is absolutely drum and bass. It's just under a different name, but it's SPL as Champagne Drip has put out a lot of 110 and 220 BPM jungle, and he uses little Doc Scott Mentasm sounds all the time. He uses old jungle break beats. It's just he puts that energy into the other project now, but it doesn't mean that you abandon it, and you cannot fault someone like him for he played maybe 10 shows a year and was isolated in America. How could you possibly be angry at someone for actually just making music that they like, where they can actually support their family, or support a habit of buying expensive watches or cars. I don't know. Habits are habits. But yeah, I put breakbeats in almost everything I do, even in the techno. I put drum and bass bits and all the hardcore stuff too. It just doesn't have the ID name attached to it, but of course I still do that, and I will one day, of course, definitely put some drum and bass out again. Or if one of my drum and bass friends visits and we happen to jump on a track together, like Switch Technique was visiting here, and we made something for his album. What other recent thing I did? When one of the last tracks I did with our friend Steph Machine has a whole section, like the whole middle part of the track is an old jungle rave. It's just not as ID, but it's in there. I still do mix and make drum and bass.
So I guess the next logical step for us is to start talking about outside agency a bit more.
I'm in it for the money. Seriously, we used to get people that said, and Greg will know how stupid this is. They said when Nolan and I had some success with the early crossbreed stuff, they're just doing crossbreed now because they jumped because they're successful and they're making all this money with it. No, dude. It is. If you really want to make money with music and get rich, why the fuck would you do anything? Why would you do industrial hardcore? No. No. The smaller, the less money there is to be made in the scene, the fewer ghost projects there are. That's pretty much how it goes.
Yeah.
There's nobody in their right mind would do that, but it's funny that people think that. We just always make music that we felt that needed to be put out at that time, and we will put out 140 BPM hardcore when no one else or when few other people are doing it, just because it's something we like. So yeah, definitely not in it for the money.
Yeah, we're in the wrong game for that.
But ID is solely in it for the money. That's why he's spending all this time doing techno and hardcore. That guy's sold out.
So I'm going to go back to where we were before with the outside agency. So it was 96. You get signed to Mokum. What happens next?
Back then, the Dream Team, Dano, Buzzfuzz, Gizmo, and the Prophet, and a few of the DJs hanging around them, played 4 shows every weekend. It was a club-heavy scene. There was plenty of work for them, and the Netherlands is a small country, so you can actually make it to all those gigs, or most of them at least. They were just playing non-stop from Friday to Monday morning. And Fred from Mokum called us, and he said, "Hey, are you guys available to play at a party in July or something?" And I literally said on the phone, "But why would you want us? You have all these big names in your stable." And he said, "No, but I want to hear what you guys do. I want to hear something different." He liked change. So that was our first big hardcore gig as the outside agency was at a Mokum show. A pretty big venue too. I was actually quite nervous before playing. I that little arm, that little lock on the turntable that doesn't let the arm go down completely. Mm-hmm. Happened to me. I was the opening DJ.
Oops.
And I couldn't get any sound to come out of the turntables because the needle wouldn't go down. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. You've had quite
that and then we had a few. We played very few. We didn't play many shows, but we occasionally got to play. We organized drum and bass events about twice a year in our local city. But we're just really just in it for making music. When you start out, you have so much energy to create. And you're not worried about any of your past successes yet because you haven't had them yet. You're not comparing yourself to anything or anyone. You just, a lot of people, they see a DJ on stage and they go, I want to be on that stage. And Noel and I just we want our records to be played. We want to make those records that people find in the shop and go, whoa, this is sick. What is this? And then and play that. That's what we wanted to happen. And then, of course, in late 98, 99, they say hardcore will never die, but that's definitely one of the times that it died. You started getting a happier, slower music, new style, as they called it then. And we just really didn't feel at home then. And we'd been experimenting. We made our own slow. So nobody was into fast 190 Juno hardcore anymore. That was disappearing. That was our favorite thing to make. So it's really weird when your favorite thing to make is suddenly not popular anymore.
Yeah.
Well, that can happen to you when you're in a scene and you have a choice to either adapt or just do something different. We didn't feel like adapting because we were just students. We weren't really making money on it, so you just do other things. And we'd always been experimenting with slower stuff. But nobody was ever interested in it. And then around 2000, 2001, Black Monolith and Otaku put out some of our slower music. And a lot of that was stuff that we made in the 2-3 years prior. That was just now people were getting into it. And then when we heard
Fkin Ants and stuff like that, right?
Fkin Ants, what a tune.
Brilliant, man.
Yeah, that did not take long to make. Let's see. Then what is it? What is that promo track that has the sample in the middle?
Ask the chat; they'll tell you. What is it, guys? Yeah. Promo track with the sample. I can't remember.
Is it on system feedback? It is no. I'll tell you which one it is. It is not.
Patterns in Chaos, Nori says.
Yeah, Patterns in Chaos. When I heard Patterns in Chaos, I was like, holy shit, this is really fun. So there is fun, slow music. And he, to his credit, he made slow. He opened all the doors for slower in what's now called industrial hardcore. It used to be called darkcore back then. When they started booking people like Luke and Cobby into the same rooms as the industrial artists, the darkcore wasn't really the right word for it anymore, so they started calling it industrial. People like Simon Underground and several others lost their fucking minds when they started using industrial, because that's not real industrial. I'll show you what real industrial is. Of course, there's another industrial, just like there's 3 definitions for UK hardcore. Like, it means different things to different people. But anyway, for better or for worse, industrial hardcore is now everything that used to be area 2, 3, and 4 in the clubs. That's all lumped together now.
Yeah.
You could have somebody playing 220 BPM stuff with breakbeats, and you could have embryonic, all in the same area. Definitely, maybe not even the same genre, but that's what happened. But yeah, when I heard Patterns in Chaos, I said, yes. Okay, this is really fun, and that was very inspirational. And then we made a lot of slower stuff again, and then we were picked up. Promo started playing our stuff. Some other people started. Luke back then, when he still played slow, a lot of slow stuff too. Then you had Thunderdome 2001, which apparently I didn't know, but people were really upset about. A lot of people were like, this isn't the real Thunderdome sound, but it was Manu and Luke, just crazy lineup.
We had Sebas on here, and he was telling us that he got put in charge of doing the bookings for that, and that was when Luke and Manu came over, and Simon Underground. That was the one that kind of changed the dynamic, and some people weren't happy about that because it's different.
Imagine doing that now, but yeah, that's. Also, Mindustries, Hamunaptra, the outside agency, Ophidian, we have all played the main stage of Thunderdome, which is now for most of us something you couldn't even imagine anymore, because the divisions have gotten more serious. But those were good times. And then in 2002, Roughneck calls me up, and he says, I want to talk to you guys and offer you something. So we met with him, and he said, I really like all the music you're putting out on Otaku, Black Monolith, but it's hard to find it. I want to offer you one place where people can get your music and where they can hear your music. So he offered to set up a label for us that we would run and operate. 60% for us, 40% for them. So we'd be in charge of everything, and we get complete creative freedom and get to do what we want and use their distribution machine, which is of course a really cool offer. And then the launch of Genosha also came with offers to play bigger events for us. And a lot of people know us from that. So a lot of people think that was our start, the first few Genosha releases. Some people think that the early Darkcore stuff was our first, the first time we came out with any music. And I had a guy for a magazine, some UK magazine that went out, just ended up dying like so many other magazines. But
is it the Drum and Bass magazine? You sent me a picture
said,
of.
I'm really upset that you changed your style so much. Because when you first started out in 2001, that was perfect. And now you changed your sounds to the shitty crossbreed stuff, and I can't listen to it. Why won't you go back to how you started?
Wasn't this one, was it?
No, it's not that.
Oh, different one.
And
okay.
I said, okay, so but why would you not, allow an artist to grow? Or just to do whatever they want. If somebody has a really good time making 190 happy hardcore music, why won't you let them? Because they feel sort of ownership of what they of the time that they discovered you, and rather than be thankful for all the happiness that you've given them, they will turn sour and say you should keep doing this same thing. It's like somebody gives you free food, for many years, and then they say, okay, I'm going to stop now. I'm going to give somebody else free food. Why would you be mad at them? They gave you free stuff for years. They entertained you for years. But, it's maybe not the best comparison. But then I told this guy, so we used to make 190 BPM Juno hardcore stuff on Mokum and Coolman Records. And if we had not changed our sound, then you wouldn't have discovered us. And he was like, fuck, I didn't know that. Yeah, so exactly, you didn't know that. And you need to let, the only way I think as an artist that you can stay happy in this scene if you keep growing, in your music. If you you can either just stay really technically on top of things and just make whatever is popular, but it's never going to work for people like us. But yeah, I mean, if we, Greg, you know how this is. The first time you hear something like Bad Company's The Nine, that changes how everyone starts making drum and bass. It's just like Shadowboxing. It's a record that changes the way people do things. The first guitar hardcore records, people are like, I'm going to try that too. Just because as a producer, you've never heard anything like that before. And it's like, you don't steal it, but it influences how you work. Yeah. And that's what continuously happens to people who are still excited about this music, about creating it. And as a casual listener, or even a party goer who's not a casual listener, you really lock on to your favorite music is what you listen to between when you're 16, 17, and maybe 25. And that will always be the best era for you. Now, there's of course a few
halcyon days. There's
a few outliers that will discover something when they're 39 and go, holy fuck, I didn't know that liquid drum and bass was my thing, but this makes me want to take my shirt off. But it usually happens to you at an earlier age. And you will never be able to make those people happy. And then there's poor people like Ophidian who happen to get really successful in making dark, noisy industrial and had some mainstream hardcore success. So when he's playing to a crowd, there's always half the room is going to be pissed at him. He cannot. He doesn't have a distinct sound. It's not like in the past when Paul Elstock, one of the first people that started playing hardcore records to regular club goers, and it's really helped pioneer the development of hardcore. He would always play what was popular. So when happy hardcore became a thing around 94, people started really being influenced by what was happening in the UK on Night Force, Lunacy, those people, Chris. And, people would complain about that. But that would be the 200 people in the back of the many thousand capacity venue saying, Paul is a lot better, versus the 2,000 people that were dancing in the front. You would never hear those people because there was no internet. They couldn't complain about the new direction that somebody had taken because they needed to shut the fuck up. Like everybody can complain about a new release now. And the only place you could complain about new releases in the past was you walk into a record store. So this new fucking Groove Rider is shit. And you would have maybe 5 or 6 heads that would turn to you. Say, fuck off. It's really
like
good.
take the headphones off. Like
that
what,
would be,
bro?
That would be you, just shutting the fuck up and not saying anything anymore. And so there's, I think a lot of people now, of course, are influenced by public opinion, but also, people that book shows are influenced by public opinion. And sadly, but please, I forget where I was going with this, but the short story is that some people still have fun growing in music, and you should let them do whatever the fuck they want. Like Ditter. People are always shitting on Ditter.
Oh yeah, that's
really
a big
making
one.
stuff that he likes.
Yeah, we did a whole thing on that with Sebas. Yeah.
And if he gave you so many tracks that you loved, then why in the piss would you not?
Well, this is the problem. People always project themselves.
He loves making.
Yeah.
Jesus.
People project themselves onto artists and think that they should be doing what they want, when an artist is actually expressing themselves and people can't get it in their head that they don't own that artist and that person. They just gave them something that made them feel nice at a particular point in time. So, you know, it's so unfair.
Yeah, I was roommates with Ditter for a short while. I will tell you, he really loves what he does. He's actually really having a good time making music that he is really into. And he is, if you can't tell even from his new productions, he is really diverse. He's really good at
big up
production.
Outrest
really
for becoming a member.
Bassy stuff, snare stuff, the big modern hardcore kicks. If that's not your thing, be happy about all the stuff that he gave you. But, well, man, we all got bills to pay too. Stop hating. Stop hating.
I mean,
this is
the stuff he did on like Barong Family and things like that.
Yeah.
Like, there's some really, really cool, diverse stuff there. And more props to you. You know, if you're willing to just try a few different things, and you know, at the end of the day, we're just having fun and just making music and fucking around. And you know, if it goes down well, awesome. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Don't hate us, man. We're just playing around and making tunes.
Yeah. Nobody's paying you to like us, right?
Let me grab you guys back on track. Let's go back to the Outside Agency.
The track, though.
No, it's the track. But this is going to be a 10-hour show.
We're talking about
talk about the Outside Agency. Let's talk about what some of your favorite Outside Agency tracks, either from yourself or from Noel, or stuff that you've done together. I don't know. What stuff do you like? What's your favorites?
Like I said, I'm really proud. So we did. I counted. And there's about 350 Outside Agency tracks.
Wow.
Ooh.
Which is a lot. We used to have a joke, frequently asked questions on our website that said, hey, I don't like your new style. Can I say something about it? And it said, no, we will only accept criticism from people who have released at least 3 records on vinyl. Sorry. Your criticism is not welcomed here. So I'm, like I said, I mentioned before, I'm really happy that my name has something to do with Noel's Stranger's Call, the Producer Snafu remix, the Spooks, Alchemists. I'm sort of proud of that. We launched Crossbreed as an experiment just to see if people would start using the name. It was the only reason why we called it that, because we wanted to see, just like Roughneck had in the past with Artcore, we wanted to see if people would start using that name. And then they did. And then people were arguing about who invented it and that we had nothing to do with it, which is funny. But what happened is that a lot of other people in hardcore only took the big end of bar snare edit on their Human and the kick snare rhythm of Among Us with Donnie as sort of this is what Crossbreed is. And then you end up with this simpler form. Like when PCP way too late blew up, like Stereo Murder was made in 94, 93. It didn't get big until 96, 97. Or maybe 95, but it took a year and a half. It took at least a good while before that track became big. And when his sound finally blew up because people told him to fuck off with all his weird music, you know, people like the Stun Guys and Paul Elstak started making sort of influenced by but stripped down versions of that sound. And that's what will happen with anything. I mean, ask the people who pioneered dubstep how happy they were with Skrillex. Mm-hmm. Very happy. Just read about it on the internet. They loved it. We're both the Guyver remix for Tellurian is actually something Noel and I made together. We're both really happy with that one because it was one of our favorite old Mokum tracks, and that Juno line is one of the best Juno lines ever created. Yeah,
let's play that. Let's play that one right now, and then tell us about it afterwards. And because I think the chat's probably gagging for some hardcore, because I know what they're like. So, ready, guys? Buckle up. Fill your glass.
They're close-minded. Is that what you think?
No, it's just like hardcore, bro. Awesome. Respect a respect paid. Some Stefan just said in the chat. One of my favorite remixing, respecting the original, but also very original. True words, man.
Yeah, I remember one of the first comments I read about this, which is, I guess if you're ever trying to make music, don't read comments if you're at all sensitive to them. But it said, "Hey, this is just the original but slower." It's like, yeah, but you know how hard it is to capture the same energy in the 190 BPM Juno riff that we had to recreate at 175 just because we were making everything at 175 and just keep that same energy. That was tough. Fuck, motherfucker.
That break as well. That break was the same break that Luke Producer used on the bass kick track.
It's Hot Pants.
Bobby Bird. It's one of the most famous breaks.
Bonus beats from 1984.
It caught my ear that it sounded very, very like similar.
The original uses one single loop of that break, so we just had to make a whole breakbeat drum and bass segment with that break.
Tellurian was
one of the most sampled breaks in all of drum and bass. Also, Hot Pants.
Indeed, it's definitely in the top 5.
You're in my top 5.
Which? Oh, guys! I think. Hold on, I've got something for that. Here we go. There you go, guys. You can enjoy your moment now.
Yeah, that was really fun to do because we made it. We always wanted to do it, and then Fred from Mokum, when Mokum was started putting out records again, he called us and said, "Hey, do you want to do that?" And I was like, "Yes." Does the Pope like little boys? Yes, of course we want to remix this. This is great.
Someone says that they're going to listen to it in mono again just to be sure.
Yeah, that's a good one. And I guess I'm retrospectively proud of the. So I did 2 tracks with the Tapage, and he's a monster. If I work with him, we always finish the track in one day. It's always one day with him. If you feed him a good sound, he'll just sit and do this really. He'll go completely wild with it. And Conrad called me when I was collabing with him. He was like, "Okay, there'll be moments where you'll have to tell him to stop because he's moving past something really awesome." Okay, so I had to do that a few times. Like, no, stop. This is it. This is move away. Give me the mouse. Give me the mouse. This is perfect. This is what it has to be. And this is. And Vitro said that this was the first main industrial track. Because this was actually played by bigger mainstream artists as well. And it was one of the first tracks to use a kick like that. It was what we thought was way too distorted and crazy. But yeah, there you go.
Hit it.
All right, let's play it.
Oh, you're gonna play it?
Yeah, man.
Industrial cooking spray. Industrial cooking spray. industrial cooking spread.
So I've got to read some of the comments from the chat here.
Okay,
so we've got.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll elaborate on this.
Emile saying he just threw my sofa off the balcony. Dean Devastator saying I like the bass that the bass distortion infects all of the other elements. That's a very good.
It's true.
Well put. Kier Nakira saying even the mix down is still 2021 proof. Yep, defo. Still slaps nowadays. Just chuck both my grandparents down the stairs to this track.
Hey,
it's a chucker. It's a chucker. Get your chuckers in the chat. Yeah, go on. Do elaborate.
We were setting out to make a kick for this, and one of the things I used to do a lot back in the day was distort just one of the an output in Contact, the sampler, and just chug a few kicks in there to see which ones will work together. Mm-hmm. And Contact has a really cool moving, has a really characteristic moving EQ that you could automate and move around. And it just started sounding really cool. Then we started also throwing some sounds, because I like to distort the ride cymbal in the same group as the kicks, just to give it that really, like you said, infecting everything kind of sound. And we ended up throwing everything on the kick channel. The whole track is that one Contact output. It sounded way too messy, and Thijs was worried about it. And I said, no, don't worry. I'll mix it down tomorrow and you'll see. But how are you gonna save it? And then what I ended up doing is I bounced everything out, and I deleted everything but the kick, shortened the kick to just the initial transient, puck, 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 and just mixed that back into the whole noisy mess that we had made. And there you go. Now it sounds like an impossible. It sounded back then like a really impossible thing to do, and there you go. And it has a. And
where did the sample come from? Because the sample was obviously.
Somebody's asking that. Yeah, there's that's a character called Callie Duquesne from CSI talking about industrial cooking spray. Now we also. I have a sample industrial cleaning supplies uttered by the same person, which we will one day have to make as ICS2. But Thijs has moved to Norway, so I don't see him a lot anymore, but I will definitely have to finish that track with him one day.
Speaking of sequels, Frank, when's Backpack Wisdom 2 coming?
2 and 3 are both being made. I'm still in the process of collecting the samples for it. The first one was easier because I wanted to, there's Deathchant pioneering sample, hip hop sample heavy, sample super heavy tracks sometimes. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to specifically use rappers that were not known for saying really hardcore things. So it's got De La Soul in there, Buck 65, Common, people that don't say like, I'm going to murder you, chop up your wife. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's not a lot of that in those lyrics, but I went out my way. Eric B. and Rakim, I had to find rappers that weren't known for being tough and still make it's got the Fresh Prince in there. For crying out loud.
You love a challenge, don't you, mate?
Yeah, so yeah, it is. Yeah, I do like to challenge myself. Usually the titles and the concepts are already completely fleshed out in my head. I just have to get the time to do it. Conrad always talks, Ophidian always talks about how he has tracks that he thinks of in the shower and they die before he leaves the shower because he says, no, I can't be done. So he makes tracks in the shower, and then before he exits the shower, they're already scrapped. But Backpack Wisdom 2 is I have I have maybe 20 tracks already picked for it, but the first one, Backpack Wisdom, has about 34, 36 actual tracks that ended up in it. And it's a big challenge to get those things to sound good at 200 BPM.
Mm-hmm.
Also, sonically, to sit in a mix that is that loud and still retain, like it has Tribe Called Quest at 200 BPM, but still sounding clean. So there's all the hip hop tracks you hear have extra drums layered into them to complement the original drums, to beef them up a little bit, but still sound like the original. Like just way too crazy, way too time consuming. So sometimes when I think about working on 2 and 3, I'm like, oh no, not today. I'll just make some techno. Techno's easy. You know, it's the same kick for 6 minutes. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was going to play the Backpack Wisdoms, I think.
I was going to play the
but it's coming.
collab Form Shift.
It'll come before I die, and if it doesn't come before I die, then you can't blame me anymore. So there we go.
I was going to play Ophidian Form Shift remix next, but I'm going to put it in the chat. If everyone wants Backpack Wisdom, we'll play that instead. So
of course they do.
I'm going to put. Well, okay, bro. I'm going to put a poll in the chat because I can do that. Boom.
Always putting your poll places.
It's a Polish person. You don't call them Poles.
Polacks.
Which track?
It's just so people know my roots. My grandparents are German, and my grandparents' were from Prussia. So, what is now Poland?
From Prussia with love.
There you go. There is a poll in the chat, and I don't mean Frank. There you go.
You don't mean my kind of poll.
Form Shift remix. That's supposed to say, but I ran out of characters. Or the Outside Agency Backpack Wisdom. Cast your votes.
There's more distortion.
Now.
Tell them there's definitely more distortion in the Form Shift remix, even though you can't tell, but there is.
Oh, it's 50-50. 10 seconds and I'm clicking end on this shit.
Then play them at the same time.
6,
just mix
5,
them,
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
boom! End. What won?
Backpack Wisdom by a smidgen.
Here we go. Outside Agency, Backpack Wisdom.
swing it, swing it.
Only way you hang is by the neck. One shows he pose threat to this one. This one will make that one into none.
Just a little something to break the monotony of all that hardcore. The sleep is the cousin of death.
And I fear no man but my shadow.
This is one of those precious moments of ferocious payback.
Motherfuck, white bitches.
If you don't like it, then chew my wood. I couldn't care less, cause that's how I do.
It's probably about 36. I had 50 initially.
36 tracks you sampled. Wow.
Yeah. And of course, not everything fit. You have to. You have this. I have a few amazing KRS-One lines that are so cool, but just I couldn't fit them with this kick. That's also so certain things don't go with certain kicks. Already here, that was a big problem. So I had to get very creative, filtering down before something hit. But yeah, this was way too much work. There's also a 200 BPM drum and bass bit that is actually really sick, and it has like 3 or 4 different break beats, all with initial kick and snare layers and make bass lines for it. And there's the slow. The intro is like a 100 BPM breakbeat thing. It was way too much work, but it was a really good year. I was really creative. I made all 5 tracks I did on the album. I did about 1 track a week, but this had a lot of prep work go into it before, but I put the whole thing together in a week.
Amazing.
Nice. We're gonna play.
Yeah,
one
there you go.
more
Jori's
Outside
talking
Agency.
about Forever Beef by Loot Pack in the 4-hour Signal Flow podcast mix. Fucking overachievers.
Actually, D-Manufacturer says, isn't there a VIP version of this with different samples?
Yeah, there is. There's a bit that skips the bit where there's no drums, and it has a longer segment with Milk rapping about stealing your girl while you were in prison.
Oh, nice. All right, we're going to play one more Outside Agency track, and then we're going to move on to Ghost in the Machine. So which one of the tracks that you sent me would you like it to be, Frank?
Oh, Jesus, motherfucker. Okay. Okay, people can sound off in the chat. We still have Form Shift. Another one I really like that I didn't make, but I really love is Machine Slavery. And another one of my personal favorites that not a lot of other people like is The Killing Fields. And the other choice is Church of the Silence, which is the only track that Ophidian and I made together that we've managed to finish in a short time. It only took 2 days. Return of the Silence took 3 years.
Wow.
Okay. So we had, let me just rewind. We've got Form Shift. We've got
Church of the Silence.
Yeah.
Church of the Silence, Killing Fields, Machine Slavery, or the Form Shift remix.
Okay.
It looks like it's Church of the Silence then.
Well, hold on. I'm putting it into the chat as a poll. Which track? Form Shift. Oh my god, I'm running out of.
So
characters.
before people ask, Church of the Silence has ring modulated sines, shifting ring modulated sines pumped into the distortion chain under the kicks, making them incredibly mean. Don't try that.
We're going to ask that in the chat. I'm sure.
Right, there's the poll, guys. 15 seconds. And I'm going to call it. Oh, church.
Yeah, somebody's mentioning Sunrise. Sunrise was just me being a dick. The Sunrise only actually has about 55 seconds of hardcore, and it's a 6.5 minute track. But I still wanted to see if I could get away with making something that would work at a hardcore event that's more drum and bass than anything else. But there you go.
Right. 10 seconds, 8 seconds, 6, 5, 3,
I think you got a winner already.
And yeah, it's easy. I would have picked that too. Let's go. Outside Agency and Ophidian, Church of the Silence.
The siege is now begun. Silence. Unscheduled faith change. From this moment on, I dedicate this church to one cause: silence. Silence. The siege is now begun. There will now be an unscheduled faith change. From this moment on, I dedicate this church to one cause: silence, 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 silence. Attention!
Fucking rocket of a track that is.
Indeed.
That last drop, man, when it goes, wait, fuck. First time I heard that, I was like...
It needed to exponentially get crazier. And I'm over there to. I think we were we saw each other for something else. But he was like, "Hey, I made this distortion chain, and pretty much every kick I throw in it sounds super big." And I said, "Hey, let's put some Reese's in it, see what happens there." And then that's what those kicks are. They're Reese's in this distortion chain.
Really? Wow.
And yeah. Renoise has this amazing ability to make. There's a trick he does with, I think it's just a volume automation thing that can make anything punchy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he was using this there already, and then the shout out for spotting the Wilhelm scream. Of course, we've always wanted to put one of those in a track. And yeah, then hey, let's it needs more sub, just add a sine, then modulating the sine under that's what the shifts is in those last few kicks are just the sine being ring modulated at different frequencies, and it just sounds insane. You're like, yeah, it's like also making it was just like, yes. And it's when we finished in 2 days. Yay.
Wow, amazing.
2 days. Wow. So is there any more to come from the silence theme, because you did the first
silencers.
one and then the second
yeah, we thought about that. Maybe we should release this.
Is there a trilogy? Yeah,
start one.
Yeah, is there another one coming, or
those,
is that it?
One of those Dungeon Dragon type things. Hey now, and
return of the Revenge of the Silence.
Yes, that was going to be a Bride of the Silence, Son of the Silence. It was going to be stuff like that, but we we're working on 4 tracks currently. That will be a new EP by us, and they're all really slow. They're also really slow in getting finished, but they will see the light of day this year. And I'm really excited about them. There's a 135 BPM track on there that is insane. No one can play it because it's too hard to play at a techno event. It's too slow to play at a hardcore event. But that's the same thing could be said for Church of the Silence. You know, the hardstyle people weren't going to play it because it's too noisy for them, and nobody was playing 150 back then. But you know, it's something that we felt had to be made. And I will admit that originally it was 145, but we made it a little faster. Yeah, it's more is coming. We have about 4. We have 4 new things on the way.
Nice.
So
speaking of slower stuff, I guess we're heading towards Ghost in the Machine.
We are going to Ghost in the Machine. Let's talk about
We've always been the slowest.
I've got a amazing slideshow of Ghost in the Machine pictures. The ice cream picture. I'm just going to go straight with this. How did you meet Nils? Because Nils is awesome. I'm curious about how you met him.
Roughneck calls me and he says, ha ha ha, I just signed something really awesome. You would have loved to have this on your label, but you can't have it. Ha ha ha, and hangs up. And that was, that turned out to be the first Mindustries release, the double pack on Enzyme. And sure, yeah, I did really like this, and it turns out that Niels and Jori were also really into our stuff, and they would love to meet us. And then back then we would still have we would have get-togethers with all the artists on Enzyme and the affiliated labels, and we went to play squash, which is something that Patrick was really into, but we weren't any good at, of course. And I meet Niels there, and I think either my phone had a Transformers ringtone and he was wearing a Transformers shirt, or it was the other way around. But I was like, hey, this guy knows what's up.
It was meant to happen.
We had a very similar taste in music, in hip hop, especially, in a very similar taste in humor and cartoons and whatnot, graffiti, design, music, acid as an influence, and we collaborated on. I think we made something for Genosha 6.5, and then later we did Noel, Jori, me and Nils did the Genosha 15 picture disc, which was all tracks. I picked some of my favorite. Well, I picked some of the more sampleable Transformers cartoon episodes from the 1984 Transformers cartoon. Took the titles of the episode, got vocal samples and musical cues from them, and told all the guys, let's make tracks out of this. And I collected 5 tracks. The track that ended up not being made was Ghost in the Machine. And then Andrea from Cardiac... Andrea from Cardiac calls me and she says, hey, we're being asked to host Genosha enzyme areas at Cubase at the festival, and you need to come up with some names for the lineup. And Nils and I had always wanted to play together, and we needed a name for playing together, and we decided to go with Ghost in the Machine, which was the last remaining name that of the track that we hadn't finished yet. Thank you. And that was really fun. We had to run around between because we played the enzyme stage and they played the Genosha stage and vice versa. And we played. I think we played there as Ghost in the Machine.
So Ghost in the Machine name came from where? From
an unused track. Excuse me while I eat a pizza. From an unused track for Genosha 15.
Okay.
Now that track ended up being finished as track 0 for the album on Perk Tracks. It was originally 150, then 155, and then we turned it way the fuck down on the sequencer to 132. And anyway, so we had that name to play the occasional acid set because we both really like acid. I'll try to eat in between when you're playing tracks, but I'm really hungry.
I'm really hungry watching you eat.
I call my pizza guy to bring me a pizza.
So should we play a track while you fill that?
No, it's okay. I'll do a little more background. Nils.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nils said, "Hey, it's fun to play, but let's make an acid track one of these days." And I was a little hesitant because it cost me a lot of time to work on music, so it felt like a waste to try to make something that I couldn't release. Almost, I think 98% of all the music I've ever made has gotten released. Like I don't have enough time to work on stuff just for well, I do it for fun, but I try to be very effective and try to make sure that everything can go somewhere. Mm-hmm. He's like, no, let's do it. And so we did. We made epic bingo sequence. It's a 150 acid track. And then and then we tried, when he was visiting here, we started something that I completely forgot about. And then we played at, was it Into the Darklands? The noise event. They asked us to play a Ghost in the Machine set. And I'm playing with Nils. And suddenly I hear this, he mixes this track, and I was like, holy shit, what is this? This is really fucking good. And he's like, oh, this is, I made a 3-minute version of that track we started like last year. I was like, fuck, okay. Next week we'll get together, we'll finish it, we'll make 2 more, and we'll release an EP with this because it's too cool. And that turned into, okay, let's do 3 EPs. If it doesn't go anywhere after 3 EPs, we'll call it quits. We're not made for this acid world, but we set out to do acid, and that slowly. We're also making some more techno-like stuff, and it didn't have acid lines in it. It's like, well, let's put them on the record anyway, because we really like them. and turns out that people also really like them. It was a bit risky at first because people said techno people are either going to hate this because the kicks are too punchy and don't fit, or they're going to accept it and say, okay, we also need to make kicks like that. Yeah. So yeah, play something.
Which one? What should we play? Should we play Tank Station? That was a big one for you, right?
That was a big one for us. Yeah.
Yeah. Start with Tank Station. Yep.
Yeah. That was kind of a big kickoff one. Let's go. Enjoy your pizza, bro. Bon appetit.
Banger.
Real banger. Yeah.
The BPM of the time, 128 BPM. Yeah, this was I said, hey, we're both really into the track 101% acidiferous Tank, which starts slow and has an acid line that builds up from maybe 50 BPM to like 135-ish. And I have this very defined love for dark dissonant pads. So Adam F. Metropolis, Brooklyn Massive by Adam X, Cologne and Audio Sex, and the Acid Rain, Equinox Acid Rain Breakage Final Chapter VIP mix.
What a tune. Yeah.
If you play the first 2 seconds of those, you're in the future. So I was like, I would like to make Brooklyn Massive by Adam X, Audio Sex and Cologne, and Tank, 100% Acidiferous. The next day, Nils calls me. He's like, "Hey, I made an intro. I think that does it." So he made that intro. What happened is the project wouldn't load anymore. The project didn't sound the same anymore, which can happen sometimes if you switch machines or whatever for whatever reason. But just the acid line was messed up, the pad was fucked up, the kick it didn't sound the same anymore. So the entirety of the track was produced on top of the first minute and a half of the track that existed. It just has bits of the acid looped and sounds added to it. And then I guess what really puts it over the top is the big old Belgian rave bit that comes in unexpectedly. And yeah, that was the track that made that had, I was pretty naive. I went up to we really like what Perk Tracks was doing, because Nils and I both really like techno, and the stuff you heard between 97 2001, that was really cool techno for us. It was fast, it was dark, it was had lots of energy, and then things went minimal, and people making darker techno were relegated to area 5 and 6, and it just wasn't much of it anymore. But then whenever we heard something that we really liked, oh, what's this? And it was always Perk Tracks. I was like, okay, so it would be really cool if we could end up on Perk Tracks. So I had Surgeon, big techno guy, is a friend of mine, and I asked him if he would introduce us to Perk and Truss at this festival that they were all playing at. I said, hey, we would love to do something for you. Yeah, but the label's full, not really looking for new artists. Is what I always tell people too, not looking for new artists. But then he heard Tank Station, and he's like, okay, send me a demo. So it was the track that got us, that opened that door for us. And it's crazy. If you look at we get decent Bandcamp support, for instance. Bandcamp support doesn't show everyone that buys your record. It just shows the people that will publicly buy your record, and it's for the Genosha basic stuff. That's that's a nice list of people. For Perk Tracks, it's pages and pages and pages of people that support the release, which is something that hadn't happened to us before. And so that's we did 2 EPs there, and then we asked him if we could pretty please make a double pack for him. He said, well, if you do that, you're going to have to put some stuff on there that's a little different than what you normally do. It's like, he says, please. And we would love to show more range. And that's our journey so far on Perk Tracks.
But between the album and that release, you actually did the remix of Perk and Trust, which is probably my favorite track of yours. Actually, I love that track.
Then he asked us, could you do a remix for us? Yes, of course. That would be super cool to do something.
No worries.
No, sorry, mate.
No worries. But it was letter release, and we said yes. And then we realized that it is the track has a very major, very happy melody, and that does not go well with our sound. So we had to somehow make this track, the melody, recognizable, but also, make it dark like our stuff normally is. And we spent maybe from October to February or something. It's killing me just talking about it. We spent at least 4 months. We get together twice a week I drive an hour and a half to get there, and we spend.
Take a drink, man. Don't be the first guest to die on the show.
I don't have one. I don't have one. I spent an hour and a half driving, working for 4 or 5 hours, trying to get this thing to sound like something that we could get behind, and it just wasn't working. And I'd come home and make new variations of the bass sound that tried to layer overtones in from the original sample, which I think was sampled from 106 Point Never. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's where it's from.
One of my favorite artists. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it is. But we can research it later after the show, after I had a drink. And then one day I had made maybe 10 new bass sounds that would, or melody sounds that could maybe be the new lead to replace it. And I walk in and Nils is working on it, and he's using one of the new sounds that we made, and it sounds cool, but it's like, wait, hold on, step away from the mouse, sir. And just changing 2 notes. Yes, that's it. Now it's dark. And we finally were able to pull it off, and because he's a very polite man, Perk Alley. So he's like, "Oh, no rush, no rush," and then it started getting close to yes rush. Like, I really need to hear something now, because we didn't know this, but he had intended to make us the big A1 on the track as well, on the record. Mm-hmm. I didn't know this, and then we sent it to him, and I think Tom Truss was a little bit hesitant about it initially, but Ali liked it, and man, this lead sound was the to go back to way early in the chat, was the least mono compatible sound in the entire world. I drove to Ophidion's studio because he's the one person I would go to for help with this. And he was able to make a mono-compatible version of that sound that still sounded close enough to the original sound that we were able to use. So he really rescued this remix for us. Wow. So everybody, us, all of us, Greg sometimes asks me for, hey, how does this master sound? Do you like it? It's none of us do it alone. Greg sometimes does it completely alone now, but but none of us do it alone. We always ask each other for help all the time. Even the biggest guys will call someone up and say, "Hey, am I full of shit, or is this okay? Or can you please help me? I can't hear it anymore. Too many kicks in the forest. Can't find the right kick. Like which one is it? Like where's my problem?" We all have somebody like that, and for us, he was an insane help on this. And it was a really big struggle to get this one out, but we're really happy with how it turned out. And I will now eat the second half of my pizza while you guys listen to it.
Awesome.
All right, Perk and Truss, Leather and Lace. This is one of my favorites. I fucking love it so much, man. Let's go. You know what? One of the things that I think that grabs me about that is it reminds me in some way of, is it Schumacher When I Rock?
Thomas Schumacher.
Yeah,
maybe. Yeah, he has.
It reminds me. It's the bass line.
Well,
with
you
the
kind of
side
like,
chain
yeah. I
and
mean,
the kick,
I guess you got the recent
both
kick
in the
thing going
pocket
on,
together.
haven't you?
Yeah. That's
that guy is a
what
bad
grabbed me
man,
about
though.
it.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
Thomas Schumacher.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
But dude, his stuff. We play his stuff. He gets played in industrial techno sets. He gets played in house sets. He gets played by big techno names, like commercial techno names.
Yeah.
Electro house, like electro full on. This guy sounds so good, and he's one of the first to use drum and bass Reese's, I think, in that genre.
Mm.
Yep.
Super cool. And people who are wondering about drum and bass, when I'm doing the ending of this, the coda to this track has a 6/4 or a 5/4, I forget exactly which, completely weird bit with funky mules and Reese breakbeats and hardcore kicks. Nobody will ever get to it because the whole track is 9 minutes, but there you go. It's there. Yeah, this was a nightmare to make. We wanted to quit music while making this.
So you did this, and you alluded to it before, but then you went on to do the album. Breaking the Seal, it was called, right? SEAL.
Yep, Breaking the Seal.
Great name, by the way.
Breaking the Seal was originally going to be the name of the ID EP, but we have a text file with just title ideas.
Oh, God, I can only imagine you and Nils writing ideas in a notepad document. Yeah,
I've got one on my phone. Track titles. It's just a huge list. Like every time you think of one, it goes in there. There must be 1,000 track titles that I can just turn to if I need one.
Yeah, I was working on a track called Operation Mission yesterday. But so I've always done that. I'm really serious. I'm really serious about the music, but everything else around it can be complete jokes. I don't give a shit. It has to. Yeah. That's one of the inspirations
I
that we
always wondered actually. So you do like on tracks, you especially. This is the first time I actually heard it. Maybe earlier on some breakcore stuff, but as the outside agency, you would always put samples at the end of tracks. That's like a signature move for you guys. Was that something that you both decided to do, or was it you or Noel? How did that evolve?
There's a Dylan and Fax track on Drop in Science that I think it's not a track that came out as air pipe, but I think it was intended to be hair pie. Because Dylan is a nasty fucker. I think it's not that. I think it's I think it's one of the other things they did on dropping Science together. Just at the end of the record, it goes. It samples Friday. You got knocked the fuck out. Like, hey, this is a really cool track, and this accentuates what that track did to you. Only on vinyl, not on the digital. Well, there were no digital releases then, but just a little joke that you couldn't get away with commercially. Sampling big movies like that, at least not in that way. Doesn't really fit the track sometimes, but is it just an extra comment for the people who bought the records to show how we feel about the track, or to just give it a slightly bit of more of a background to the track? And yeah, I lifted it from them. I said that record must have been in 2000, 2001, because Black Monolith, the 003, the one with fucking ants on it, I said, we need to do this. We need to do something similar. So I sampled History of the World Part 1 and the Kentucky Fried Movie on there. And for some, I don't know why, but they fucked up on the cut. And at the end, the guy who plays the Bruce Lee character in Kentucky Fried Movie goes, this is not a charade. We need total concentration. We need total concentration. It ended up being a locked groove accidentally, because I think the guy went back in the day, mastering engineers would just play it off at that, and they would go by the length. And sometimes they didn't listen if there was anything straggling. And these were produced by Simon Underground, who wasn't the most precise back then. So sometimes things were miscommunicated, and he probably didn't know you have to make the move to let the record end in a loop, so it doesn't go into the paper of the label. And the guy who cutting it probably said, "Oh, then let's do this now because it's quiet." He's like, "Oh shit, there's something there. I just won't tell them that this happened because it's expensive. Lacquers are expensive, cutting is expensive, time is expensive." So, you know, I get sent the record, the finished product, never heard the test pressing. And it's like, this is not a charade. I need total concentration in a loop is fucking perfect.
Amazing.
Awesome story. Little present. But yeah, that was and Noel was like, yeah, sure, I can get behind this. I like it.
Awesome. And it's become a theme ever since.
Yep.
So after the Perk and Trust Leather and Lace remix, the album, that was also a labour of love, I believe, trying to get the diversity and express yourself in all of the tracks. And I mean, there's some awesome stuff with breaks in there, all kinds of stuff that you wouldn't normally expect to find on a techno album, right? It was really quite a journey.
Yeah, we always I was still I quit my day job a while back. First they gave me paid leave for a year because I'd worked as a teacher for 20 years, so I had enough saved up that they really wanted to keep me, and then they offered unpaid leave. And then I was like, nah, I'm really busy now, and I'm not spending enough time with the outside agency and Ghost in the Machine now. And I think if I'm ever gonna do something professionally with music, maybe this is the best time to quit. Like, not many people when they're 60 get up and say, hey, maybe this is the right time to start getting into hard drum and bass or something. So it's really an opportune moment. So it's like, I have to do this now, and everyone around me was also supportive of this, except my mom. My mom would love nothing more than if I just had a full-time job, so I was at least stable and secure for the rest of my life. But yeah, I think Nils and I only ever got together on Thursdays, because I was teaching on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So Thursday after school, I go to Nils. Friday, we had gigs to play. Sunday, you're home, you're cracked out. Monday, I had to do all my grading and correcting of tests and
what
this
did
kind
you
of my
teach,
preparation work for school. English.
Oh.
So I only had, I had a day to work on hardcore stuff and I had a day to work on techno stuff. That's it. I had to work on, I had to spend time with both equally. And what happened is I was getting a little less precise in my schoolwork, which I noticed, which I didn't want. And then rather than also cutting into music, I was just cutting into myself. So I was not sleeping nearly enough, and actually got shingles. I got shingles twice trying to finish projects, which is a third world disease, really.
Yeah, just way too much stress, though, right? And your immune system runs down.
not taking good care of myself, trying to make sure that I have enough hardcore and have enough techno to go. And we really wanted this album to work also. So I think I didn't. Probably didn't shingle on the album, but I did on the EP before. And the first time's always the most intense. After that, it gets a little easier. But yeah, we spent about a year, just spending a day and a half, 2 days a week for a year working on this, because it was always going to have a no U-turn tech step track at a slow BPM, but one does not simply. It's really to capture that feel, and to also make it work. And I wanted it to be a rip-off of Defect, which is Ed Rush and Nico, which is one of Perk's favorite No U-Turn tracks. He's also really into old No U-Turn stuff. So I wanted it to be that. So the Reese breakbeats plays the same pattern as Defect for the first bit of Nexus 96. It was originally called Nexus 97 because it was called Ghost 97 because I totally forgot that Torque came out in 96, not 97.
Right.
But it is 100% a tribute to Torque. But of course, everything had to be sourced from the start. The Reese beat, he sort of gives away on a remix for Model 500. But it's 165. It's really hard to slow something like that down. So I had to sell my soul to many devils to get all those breaks to sound good at the slow BPM. And that one was really a hassle. I went up to Ben, Ed Rush on one night during Prospect XL, and he was playing there. And I said, "Hey, do you remember anything from 96? Remember 1996 when you made this breakbeat with Nico?" And it's like, and Ophidian had already suggested that it might be a Kai shuffle that they were using on this beat to give it the feel that because I just couldn't copy the feel. Tried that, got close to it, didn't really work. So what I ended up doing is doing different time stretched versions of the original Reese beat from Defect, which is not very pretty, not very clean, but I was just placing hits in exactly the same spot that the original beats in Defect were. And then I had to time stretch make pretty time stretches of all the individual drum hits in that track, in that breakbeat. And then I layered in a clean attack from the original 165 version to make it give the semblance of a clean track. And of course, it's heavily layered with other snares.
That's a lot of work.
Hi-hats in there. And there's a new kick in there, but it sounds like the original break. And it has, I luckily discovered it has the 727 percussion, the Roland TR-727, the Latin percussion. At the start, you can hear it of this track. And I had to get Tech Itch's Amen in there too, which is originally 175, which is even harder to pitch down. One other breakbeat I couldn't get right. It was I couldn't get right at all, so I just cheated and I played eighth notes with it. Just played the breakbeat in eighth notes. So there's a little edit. Anyway, way too technical. But the people that are still watching, they might like this technical stuff. But yeah, that was. It also has the dark dissonant pad from my influences. Turns out that Nils is also really into the Adam X and Audio Sex and Cologne track, and when he heard Metropolis for the first time, he was also like, "Yep, that," and Breakage remix of Equinox. So it has a No U-Turn feel. And I hope you're going to play it now because
it's ready. I'm waiting. I'm ready. I'm going to click it.
All right, let's go. Last two slices of pizza, guys.
Let's go. really nailed it at that BPM, man.
Yeah. Really, really love it.
Really
yeah, and techno is now a lot of techno that people play now is 150, 155 again. A lot of people are playing that BPM, so it's almost not a challenge anymore.
Yeah,
a lot of those original tracks were 160.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a big challenge. We wanted to have something like this on the album. We didn't think that 8 out of the 10 tracks ended up on vinyl, and we thought that maybe he would want this, since it's less dance floory, to not be on the vinyl. But he was like, no, this is going on. This is one of my favorite tracks.
I'm so glad it did. It's one of my favorite tracks in the album as well.
Oh my God, it should be everyone's favorite track.
I think we've got time for one more Ghost in the Machine track from whichever Ghost in the Machine track you want us.
Ghost in the latrine.
Ghost in the latrine. I'm getting tired.
Close in the latrine. Yeah, I guess people can choose between. What was it?
Let's do a little poll. This will wake the chat.
Girls Gone Wild.
Right, let's do it. Let's do which track? So we put 0 in there, I guess.
Yeah.
Zero. We'll put. Actually, let's put everything I've got in here in my playlist remaining to play and just see what happens.
Is there any interesting Ghost in the Machine collabs on the horizon, Frank?
People don't really collab in techno, and when they do, they really blow it out of proportion, and they immediately start touring on the back of it too.
Well, and Rico and not Charlotte DeVitt, was it Amelie Lenz and Rico did the remix of "Come On Dance with Me."
Come on, dance with me.
Yeah, that was like a celebrity techno superstar collab remix.
Yeah, it's not really my bag. No, we've thought about it. We might work. There's a few people we would like to work with, but you don't see it a lot. You're definitely not like in hardcore, where you just constantly see people collabing with each other.
Yeah.
I think people are also much more secretive about how they make music. They're much more. The techno is shrouded in mystery, and whereas. If you want to know how hardcore is made, you turn on your Instagram stick and you see Daniel D. Test sitting in a chair making a new track, with lots of glitches on the screen. That's how you make it. There's no secret there. There's a guy that's just sitting in the house in shorts, just making music. Techno would never do that. They have the two
secrets behind the most perfect clave sound in all of history.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put. I've got I've only got 4 slots, so I'm gonna do 0, The Holy Grail, Funnel Vision, and Grills Gone Wild. Good.
Go. I need to pee. Yeah. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back as well.
Go. We're gonna run the poll until you get back, Greg.
Let's see. I'll give some quick background on all the tracks to make it more interesting.
Go for it.
Funnel Vision is just one of my favorite tracks because it's so weird, and we didn't think other people would ever play it, but we like to have 1 or 2 bangers on the record and just put whatever we finish and like on there as well. Grills Gone Wild is that second track that made me turn my head to Nils and go, dude, this is us? Really? We should seriously do something with this. The Holy Grail was our first release for Perk Track, and I think it was the first instance where we actually went full, drum and bass, big Evol Reese bass line build up to something to really hard drop. And it was also one of those happy accidents with we couldn't figure out how to pitch shift something in Ableton, and we ended up recording it by hand. And 0 is that that last track off of Genosha 15 that used to be a hardcore track at 155 that we had to set up an old Windows XP machine for, to install a really old version of FL Studio, a really old version of SoundForge for the distortion to create a mono-compatible version of the lead synth.
Wow. Again. It seems like an eternal struggle for you to get a mono-compatible version of something.
It's out of phase stuff, so it sounds really big and cool, but it we made that back in 2005. We weren't really working with good material necessarily to be able to even hear that there was a problem.
All right, I think we've got a winner. Girls Gone Wild. It is.
All right,
let's go. Here we go. Girls Gone Wild. Ghost in the Machine. 2016. Let's go. Wake up, chat. Wake up.
Nice.
Another amazing acid line. Really cool. And a massive breakdown, which makes that kick really like more dramatic.
Greg, is that Race of the Gabberheads behind you? That yellow record?
Oh, yeah. It is.
Fucking hell, Hawkeye. Still got it.
I sort of missed that because you used to be able to recognize records at least. You say, oh, this is just by the sleeve you could find something. Then when we started playing CDs, and you had additional difficulties, and now in Rekordbox, you have additional difficulties because you're like, fuck, what?
Yeah, I used to know everything just by what it looked like, right? And I never used to really. I didn't until like I was getting into the digital age. I didn't really pay attention to BPM so much. It was just I just mixed it by ear, right? You just.
But you knew that this one won't fit.
You
with
just
that.
knew. I need
had
to
a natural
drop this.
feel.
Yeah, and you, without knowing it, you're mixing. Yeah, without realizing it, you're mixing by key, and you're knowing the BPMs automatically. And in the digital era, all of a sudden you're like, "Oh, that's why they work together, bitch! They were the same speed." And I was fucking about with it on 0, wondering why it was clicking and annoying me, and it sounded good. Yeah,
that's one of those advantages, disadvantages of that every age has with it. Let's see. Yeah, we haven't run out of material, but people might have run out of.
We're running out of steam. I think a little bit. So we've done ID, we've done Origin Story, we've done Outside Agency, we've pretty much done Ghost in the Machine. Normally we would do What's Hot, but I think we're running out of legs. We'll probably play one track for What's Hot or something, or give people an option. And we normally do a Q&A. So should we go straight into a Q&A?
Yeah. So we should be done by about 6 a.m. I think.
Okay, yeah, you can go straight to the. There were lots of. You want to play one, or do you want to go straight to the Q&A?
Yeah, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna do a What's Hot quickly to liven everybody up, and then we're gonna do Q&A.
Is it going to be the new Massive Hardcore release or the new Thunderdome release? Because both are polarizing.
Neither of those.
You're on the wrong show, mate.
Yeah, I'm gonna play. What have I got here? Let's play. I'm gonna play Jipe and Ophidian because we didn't play it on the show yet. It's not hot off the press, but I fucking love this, so I'm gonna play it. Jipe and Ophidian unaltered on Heresy. Let's go. Oh shit!
Not like that. Oh. Rewind.
It's too hot for TV.
Beep, 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 beep.
Stand tall.
who I was protecting by keeping you here, not you, but them. You monster!
Right, I love that one.
Just for the viewers at home, Jipe was originally not sure if he was really into that super bear kick drop after the singing.
The Shranzy thing.
Like, it's
wow.
so cool. Yeah.
Yeah, really, really cool. I'm not going to play any more What's Hot because we're already pushing time. I'm going to do questions. I've got a bunch here that I've captured from the community that before on Facebook, and also some stuff that I grabbed from the chat. So I'm going to ping them at you and see if we can rattle them off quick.
I can start with an easy one.
Well. Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, my favorite Mountain Dew flavor is definitely not the gingerbread one, although it's one of those that you have to try. It's like being kicked in the balls once. It has to happen to you once, so you feel like, oh yeah, that's what that feels like, and I don't want it again. That's what that flavor is like. My favorite Mountain Dew flavor is Baja Beach Blast.
And to answer the other part of the question,
flavors. Yep.
And the other question I captured, man, if you caught it, was how the collaboration with Jack of Sound came about, which is
I had that one on my list too.
Producer.
Yeah, go on.
He and his two brothers were students at the school I taught at. And one day at the Amsterdam Dance event, he was like, hey, you know what? We should do something together one of these days. And I thought it would be really cool to make a track with a former student. And then we did that, and it happened. It was really fun.
Cool story.
Nice. I'm going to answer the thing that the other part of that Mountain Dew question. Joe, I sent a track for New Blood in December as DJ Guillotine. Will that track come up in the next show, or was something wrong with it? Honest answer, I can't remember. I'd have to check back. Sometimes things don't. Yeah, send it again or send something new again. Sometimes things, I don't get time to play them, and I have every intention of put them in the next time, and then
yeah, shit happens, unfortunately.
It's not easy doing it. We get sent a lot of stuff, so keep trying, bro, is the short answer. Keep trying. And even if I don't play it on here, ping me and I'll tell you why it didn't get on, maybe. But I can't remember the reason, but I will be straight with you, so message me, okay?
Cool,
legit.
cool.
Right, another question for you,
You're nothing
Frank.
if not straight, Joe.
Exactly. Maybe.
Mostly.
Frank, are you ever going to release fucking hostile kick drum edit?
Yeah, so for those that don't know this, Fucking Hostile was one of the more influential records to my career. That was really the definition of hardcore for me. This is fuck you in musical form. It's so loud, it's so aggressive, it screams, it's
I've got
dark.
it here.
And
we could play it.
Never forget that something like that was a hit. You can't imagine this now, but that was a big hit, that record. You can't imagine something that, you can imagine something that aggressive becoming a hit now, but not something that dark and aggressive. And I've always wanted to do, what I did is, I don't know if you noticed, but the intro to Fucking Hostile is like 2 or 4 bars. It's nothing. It's a few kicks and then it starts. So I was like, I've always wanted to do something, make the intro a little longer. While I was making the intro, I discovered that if you distort some of the kicks in the intro, it sounds really cool. So I made, I turned those 2 bars of intro into 4 minutes that I could play in early hardcore sets, just as a fun way to alternately deliver Fucking Hostile. I played it to Lenny in Canada. Me and Luke, producer, were out there for a show, and Lenny was there too. And I played it to him in his hotel and was like, "Hey, I would like to turn this into a remix for Fucking Hostile." And he was like, "Awesome, bro, do it, bro." And that's how that happened. But yeah, I had to. I'm gonna click no on Fucking Hostile. It goes fuck, 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 fuck. How perfect, how hardcore is that? It's fuck, 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 fuck.
Greg clicked no on it as well, I think.
I meant to click yes, and I accidentally clicked no. Sorry about that. So the only two people that clicked no are me and Frank.
I might one day just put that out as a free download, you know, so that there's nobody's losing out on any money because of it.
Yeah,
but
I'm gonna play it because people want to hear it. I'm gonna play it.
Okay,
the original.
Just play it till right after the little hi-hats before after the scream, Phil screaming, and then you can stop it, and then we'll go into the questions.
All right.
Oh, I see here in the chat. Play it, you pussy. Yeah.
That's enough for a taste, right? All right, more questions.
The poor man's sidechain in this. There's no sidechaining. It's a distorted mixer.
You just smash it through the gains, right?
No EQing at all.
Yeah.
And I got this master for Lenny sent this to me. It has the original 909 transistor hum, distorted transistor hum for about 2 minutes at the end of the master. Greg, the master is -1 something RMS. It's insane. The only way he could have gotten this like this is if he clipped the DAT machine.
Yeah.
He had to have recorded it by clipping the DAT machine, it's a clipped mixer. It's distorted on every channel, overdriven on every channel. Plus, he's overdriving the DAT machine, which you're really not supposed to do. They had some safety margins, but he must have had a really good one that was just like, okay, I'll take it. And there's no digital artifacts at all.
What were the desks that everybody was using around then? It was like, it was pre-Mackie, wasn't it?
Well, actually, no. These guys all worked in bigger studios.
Oh yeah, of course.
Because Lenny, of course, did. You know, he did stuff on all the big. I mean, it was Lenny, Sven Bass, Carl Cox were playing the same events.
Yeah.
And Lenny did house. Lenny did techno. Lenny did the early. Fuck, what's Casper Pound's label again? Rising High, I think.
Yeah.
He did records on that too, as Urban Knight. Yeah. I mean, he did UK hardcore breakbeat type stuff. So I think those guys must have all had fancy desks, but you can achieve this on a 24 channel Mackie mixer.
Yeah,
sure.
Totally. I mean, the Mackies made it famous, didn't it? That gain drive and stuff.
Yeah.
So.
There is a free plugin, guys, called Mackie.
Oh, here we go.
I will type it in the chat real quick. Go find it.
Yep.
It emulates Mackie table overdrive, and it's the best distortion you will ever find. If you put a 909 kick through this and then EQ it, it sounds exactly like an old hardcore record.
Amazing.
Do with it what you will.
How amazing.
Right, so did we answer? Are you going to release the TOA kick drum editor Fkin Hostile?
I might give it away as a free download at some point. But
if you do, my mate Dean will be very thankful.
It's the entirety of Fkin Hostile, plus my extended 4-minute intro to it.
Nice.
Okay. As every producer puts a bit of themselves in every track that they make, what 3 or 4 tracks that you've solo produced would you say that describes you the best?
Probably the Form Shift remix, the Backpack Wisdom, and maybe the Wandering Mind has a lot of my person in it.
I love that one.
I'm a big show off that likes to talk. I don't think those tracks do the talking.
Really?
Yeah.
Someone asked a question about the Wandering Mind thing, actually. I can't remember.
If I was ever going to make music that slow again, yes.
Yes. Yeah, that was it, yeah.
Yeah, the recent Prospect EP that we put out was going to have a 110 track on it, but something made it so that I couldn't finish it before the deadline, or I couldn't work it, or it didn't sound as cool anymore for some reason. Going back to it 2 or 3 months later, but it's a 110 BPM track that we'll probably try to get on the next one or on a Genosha. All the sounds in the Wandering Mind are a 909. The lead sound, is a 909 hi-hat distorted.
Nice.
Just so you know.
What music do you listen to outside of what you play and produce? I know this, hip-hop.
Yes.
Right?
To quote underwater rhymes, girl, I don't listen to nothing but hip-hop, by Digital Underground. I listen to hip-hop, and of course I have to listen to a lot of hardcore techno, drum and bass, just for professional reasons. But that and whatever else is I miss a lot of the stuff on the radio. When I was still teaching, I would be really clued in as to what's hot, because kids at school would just be on YouTube and Spotify 24 hours a day listening to stuff, and I would sometimes ask them to play me what they were into, which nowadays is just Dutch hip-hop or hardstyle and hardcore. But yeah, I'm a little less clued in now because I never listen to the radio, because I think any downtime I spend it could be better spent. It's hard for me to switch off. I know you know what that's like, you there in the corner.
Story of my life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's the most uncomfortable gig you've ever played?
A party in Belgium. I had to play a drum and bass set alone, and fortunately I asked my friend Richard and Noel, known as DJ Hidden, to accompany me on this gig, because I didn't want to go alone. This was before the advent of GPS, and in Belgium you would always get lost, because when Belgians do something where there's roadworks, they don't have any signs telling you. That's just a sign that there's roadworks, not really for you to figure out how to get out of it. So for Belgian gigs, you always had to leave 2 or 3 hours before you would normally leave for a gig, because you would get lost in the middle of the night and not be able to ask anyone. So I always took people with me when I played in Belgium. This was in the university building. They said they had CDJs, but it turns out it was the Techniques CDJs, which I'd only ever seen Dave Clark use. And
the silver
toilets. The toilets had flooded in that space. So there was a little bit of water in the entire club. And then I had to use the bathroom, and it turns out that the toilets had completely flooded. And I had to do what is known as a number 2, and there was also no toilet paper. So, and this is right before my set. I was like, fuck. So I sacrificed my socks.
Or the boxer shorts? Yeah,
yes, the socks. I had to sacrifice my socks, and I had to play with wet fucking shoes and feet on these Techniques turntable CDJs with no real monitoring to speak of. And they pitch weird. They correct weird. It's
soggy.
And I was really happy that we had friends there. That was probably one of the worst ones. And I know Noel will tell a story. Maybe he told you that story. He showed up somewhere once and they asked him, "Oh, you're here to play, but where are your turntables?"
No, he didn't tell us that. Brilliant. Yeah, next one. I read on Reddit ages ago that ID and Hidden
we've had gigs where you're not welcome. There's a crowd that just absolutely is not into what you want, and that's something that it happened more often. It happened. There was a period in hardcore where this was more frequent, but people would just really make it known that they didn't appreciate what you were playing, and rather than go to another room, they would just stand there and complain about you. We've had a few of those where it's just really uncomfortable to play your set. Okay, sorry, the Reddit question.
I read it on Reddit ages ago that ID Hidden and Noisia collab had been started. What happened with that?
They weren't super into, I think, what we sent them, and it just never went anywhere from there.
Fair enough. One more question. Have you got any on your list, Frank, that you wanna do?
I saw some. I forget.
So there's a really funny, weird question. I don't know whether it's just badly written or missing some punctuation, but it says, it's from Random DJ, and it says, who is your favorite DJ and why is it Joey T?
Brilliant question. Anyway, next.
That's not a loaded question, Frank.
Oddly enough, it's not Joey T, but it's I've seen Dutch hardcore people will know DJ Vince.
Oh yeah,
that guy.
Oh, Vince is legit.
And just murder the decks. Yeah, but these guys would play, eight times a week or something, and they would just, all they did was just play sets, and he just fucking murdered it. And in drum and bass, Randall, I've seen Randall play sets that was like, holy fuck, what is going on here?
Yeah, that is too
Randall
very,
the Vandal,
very
too
good
hot to
DJs.
handle. I mean, this is maybe a little too drum and bass for the hardcore people, but that. What genre is atomic bass? It's never got released, and I think it was just us doing whatever we wanted. It's 110 BPM, by the way. And I know that the manufacturer started making slow music just so he could have music to play The Wandering Mind with. That's good. We are putting out a slowcore mix soon that will have a lot of stuff from 90 BPM and up soon. I've been collecting music for that recently. Do you see any other questions?
No, I think we need to call it soon.
Okay, let's call it.
This is
Time of
officially
death.
the longest
147
we've done ever done.
Yeah, I don't know how, but yeah.
And we haven't even gotten around to my inspirations yet. I asked Joe if he would publish.
We played a couple of them.
If he play or link a YouTube playlist with the tracks that I sent in as inspiration.
Maybe we could do a companion show.
Maybe get around to doing that, but there's just so everybody knows, I thought this was going to be a 10-hour show because Frank sent me over 60 tracks. I spent all of my last days editing them all down just in case we might play them all. So yeah, he sent a really good list of inspiration tracks, and I'm going to try and make a playlist with them all on YouTube. If I don't, I'll post them into the community so everybody can see them and they can go and check them out, because I spent a really nice afternoon listening through that playlist, like that list of tracks that you sent. So I think everybody else will too. It's really, really good. So yeah. Okay, so Frank, thank you for coming on the show.
Yes, brother.
Yeah, thank you for not for letting me keep it short, because I do have I have zillions and zillions of these stories in me, and not the more crazy ones. Now it's nice to give some background into myself and some of this music that I like and I was a part of, because I'm in two really awesome bands, and I prefer to be in band. I prefer being in bands over doing solo work. I still do make the occasional solo track just to show people that I can. I just don't make a lot of noise about it, but I really like being in a band, because if your set wasn't appreciated, you can always say, well, you're together. You take the blame together. You can
Someone else gets to take the heat.
I never made that one.
Yeah, it was only 50% my fault.
I only did the hi-hat in that one. Yeah.
But yeah, thank you not only for coming on the show, but thank you for everything you've done for the scene, for industrial,
absolutely.
For crossbreed, drum and bass, for what you're doing in techno now. You know, big respect, man. really respect.
It's insane when you think of it. I started putting music together in 1990.
Yep.
It's like 10 years ago.
Yep. It's a lifetime, man. We've dedicated our lives to this fucking madness. And we're still going strong.
Yeah.
Still. So I'm going to do some thanks before we go. I'm going to turn this visualizer off. I'm going to do some thanks to all of our members. Thank you to everybody who has pledged to be a member of the channel. These are people that are paying a monthly subscription that contributes towards us developing the platform and what we offer. And we're dedicated to bringing you some really cool new stuff, as well as this on an ongoing basis.
Without you, these guys would be fucking broke. Thank you.
We are broke. Yeah. We're broke with them.
So hardcore does not make it. Yeah.
Respect to you all.
Hardcore doesn't respect the money.
Greg.
Remember,
respect to
get a mono VST or button, MACD,
mono
and metric adapter AB.
Yep.
And Greg, thanks for being an awesome co-host as ever, and thanks to all the team, the mods, and everybody in the behind the scenes, Cam and Wouter, Robert, Dean, and everybody who's doing stuff in the background for the show. Appreciate it. Big up the community.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. And we're going to finish on something different. And something different for this episode is going to be... Oh, before we do that, I need a thumbnail picture. I always forget about this, and it's a pain in the ass to do. So, smile for the thumbnail.
Oh.
Perfect. Right. You're in the camera. Right, we're going to finish on Mad Ben and Rebecca Warrior and Manuela Marlin, Grief and Dance to Death official video clip. Respect to everyone in the chat. Thanks for putting up with our bullshit again. Oh, and before I forget, wait, next show we have got Somniac 1. Oh, ignore that. Ooh.
Oh, shit.
Next show, Somniac 1.
All the buttons.
This time next month. Last Wednesday of next month. So tune in. All right. We're going to look
even more in pain after spending 5 hours with us next month.
Frank, respect. Greg, respect. Chat,
yes, brother.
Respect.
Love.
See
Wu-Tang
you next
is
time.
for the children.
Love you all.
Wu-Tang is for the children.
Peace.
Il n'y a pas de montagne, il n'y a pas de merveille. On m'a menti tout du long, il n'y a pas non plus de raison. Aucun sens à l'univers, aucune décence, tout est vert. On m'a menti tout du long, il n'y a pas de soleil, il n'y a pas de montagne, il n'y a pas de merveille. On m'a menti tout du long, il n'y a pas non plus de raison. Aucun sens à l'univers, aucune décence, tout est vert. On m'a menti tout du long. La société est une salope, le capital un enfoiré. Il faut brûler les policiers. On m'a menti tout du long. Il n'y a pas de soleil, il n'y a pas de montagne, il n'y a pas de merveille. Ce que je vois, c'est un grand feu. Je vois des bœufs et des lépreux. Levez-vous, accusez, je vais moi-même vous juger.
I sentence you to